huge round of applause for each and every one of you, and of course for the E4M team for curating such wonderful content all throughout the year. And let me tell you, since this one being the second edition, of course, a very promising summit, it's really great to see such an immense leadership under one platform today. Well, the programmatic advertising promises, of course, better targeting, reach, and the real-time optimization that has never been bigger. And of course, you can all resound with that fact even better. It is an industry definitely filled with a lot of discrepancies, impact, and relevance. And as the call for better clarity bumps up against the enormous potential, the question lies is, where does the programmatic market actually stand in 2023? So hoping to address on this point and of course much more with the leadership around. Today, the E4M Xaxis Programmatic Summit aims to create that interactive platform for brands, advertisers, content marketers, and the MarTech agencies to throw light on pressing changes and of course the greater effect on the programmatic ecosystem. Well, before we get started, of course, we'd love you to contribute on social media with our hashtag, which is right there on the stage. It's as simple as that, E4M Xaxis Programmatic Summit as one word. So you can refer to that, tweet it. All you got to do is share your insights with the industry at large with the tweet out there. Before we go ahead, we'd like to acknowledge our partners, co-powered by partner, Sybits, AI-powered ad decisioning for digital marketing, co-gold partner being Aaj Tak, Sabse Tez Khabar Matlab Aaj Tak, innovation of partners being Zapads, performance redefined programmatically, programmatic partner being Lemma, an independent SSP for programmatic DOH, and co-partner being Bobble AI, world's largest conversation media platform. Well, before we go ahead, let's have a look at the partner AVs.
Digital advertising has changed. Increased regulation around consumer privacy means that traditional ways to target and measure digital ad campaigns have fallen out of favor, and there's no going back. Media buyers have evolved and expect their ad spending on the open web to deliver results on the metrics they really care about. That's where we come in. Sybits is the AI-powered decisioning company for digital marketing. Our artificial intelligence technology builds custom algorithms for media buying, executed in the demand-side platforms of your choice. Our tailored algorithms activate media planning and media buying inputs to optimize programmatic bidding decisions. Our AI also ingests measurement feedback to continuously improve the algorithm and boost brand and performance outcomes. Sybits is independent. We don't own inventory or partner with publishers. Our buying decisions are taken solely in the interests of the media buyer. Our technology is platform agnostic, requires minimal setup, and integrates with your existing DSPs, meaning traders don't need to learn a new system. Our algorithms have delivered uplifts of 30 to 70% on customer KPIs. Sybits AI is privacy compliant and future-proof. Our technology requires no direct consumer interaction. We don't need cross-site tracking or user profiling to base decisions on. Instead, we use freely available metadata from bid requests, containing no user-level information to create our advanced optimization models. Sybits AI closes the gap in your decisioning loop. Until now, media buyers have been limited in their campaign optimization to metrics measured in buying platforms. This means that bidding decisions are optimized against basic KPIs that don't always correlate to the business outcomes the advertiser needs. Sybits changes that by leveraging your unique data assets and measurement systems to deliver the results you really care about. It's time to get more from your media buying. Contact Sybits today.
जब कोई ऊंचा उठता है तो उसकी तुलना माउंट एवरेस्ट से की जाती है। जब कोई तथ्य की गहराई तक जाता है तो उसकी तुलना हिंद महासागर से की जाती है। जब कोई क्रिकेट की ऊंचाई छूता है तो उसकी तुलना सचिन तेंदुलकर से की जाती है। और जब कोई न्यूज़ चैनल बड़ा होने की कोशिश करता है तो वो अपनी तुलना आज तक से करता है। न्यूज़ चैनलों को दिशा दिखाने वाला आज तक, मतगणना पर भी रहा नंबर 1 आज तक।
Bobble Keyboard, the highest rated keyboard app on the app stores. Let's find out. You can share stickers with your very own face and any custom message. Have a big laugh or scare with big anger. Well, Bobble gives you big emojis. Regular black text? It may work for some. We don't judge. What works for us though is the pop text. Bobble lets you use personalized branded stickers, GIFs, by strategically and contextually integrating brands and conversations happening on WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social or chat messaging platforms across the country. An average smartphone user spends 25 minutes of their daily 3-hour screen time on their keyboard. Since you spend so much time with us, we understand you and work towards only showing you content that interests you. And before you say it, no, your privacy and security are not an issue. All your data is anonymized before being used, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Our wide array of patented and patent pending innovations in areas of content tech, language tech, and keyboard tech will help you stay hip to the ever-evolving language of the digital world. And we made sure you can use it in an expressive and personalized way. Bobble has made conversations human again.
So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, could we applaud and thank all our partners? Because without their support, this summit, of course, couldn't have been possible. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for me to invite the very renowned co-founder E4M, Mr. Naval Ahuja. Let's give him a big, big round of applause.
Thank you, Bhavna, and a very good morning to everyone, and welcome to this technically the second edition of the E4M's Access Programmatic Advertising Summit. And the first on-ground initiative. We launched this report last year, as many of you know, and it was 15 December, the same Friday, second week of December. So the last event of the year for us. I'm glad to see so many people from the industry here. I was in Bangalore over the weekend, and through all of the meetings I had, we were talking about how the digital advertising ecosystem in India is changing at a very fast pace. People talk about the investments going into large platforms, how the shape of the industry, the ecosystem is changing through short video, through, what's happening on OTT platforms, the new, media rights of IPL, ICC World Cup, and, what Facebook and Google are doing, and so on and so forth. These are all sort of, glamour platforms, glamour properties. What kind of underpins everything that's happening on digital is programmatic advertising, as many of in this room already are experiencing, already are doing. It's a technical, perhaps a non-glamorous domain, but the money funnel that is driving into digital today is a result of what's happening in the programmatic advertising business. There are varied estimates. Dimpy tells me 30% of the money that's going into digital advertising is done through programmatic. On top of that, you have large platforms like Google and Facebook who have their own walled gardens, which also technically can be called as money being invested through programmatic advertising. So we're really talking 50% plus, maybe 60% money in digital being invested through what is programmatic advertising, technically called programmatic advertising. And not just that, not just digital. If some of you who might be from what we call as legacy media ecosystem, the shape of television changing. Group M did a Finecast report last week, which spoke about how the number of CTV, connected TV homes in this country will shoot up by a significant number in the next 3 years, and all the advertising that gets delivered through CTV also is through programmatic platforms. The same thing is happening to the outdoor business. Many of colleagues from the outdoor business are here. You see all the digital outdoor while you travel, in Bombay or even other metros. A lot of it is built on the backbone of programmatic advertising. Radio, as we know, audio, radio's sort of nature has shifted to online audio. All of that advertising is programmatic advertising. So really, programmatic advertising is the kind of, beating heart of the digital industry that's helping clients do sharper targeting, also prepare for a cookie-less world, reach out to the right set of audience. One of the things, we will release the report today, and the sessions will talk about the various trends in, programmatic advertising. One of the key areas, as you will see, the report focuses on is the advent of discovery commerce, the humongous number of shoppers that are now experiencing e-commerce in India, especially post-COVID. I was at a Flipkart event yesterday where some of the talk was centered around how in the next 3 to 4 years, the number of online shoppers in India will reach a staggering number of 400 to 500 million people. Well, that's a very, very large number. We're talking about 50 crore people shopping online. And that's a huge opportunity, not just for the e-commerce platforms and the brands who are there on e-commerce platform, but for, brands to do better targeting through e-commerce advertising. And the next quarter, we also plan to launch a specific dedicated report on discovery commerce in association with Group M, because that's a growing market. And a recent report that one of our colleagues did said almost 10,000 crores of advertising money is being spent on only retail stroke discovery commerce. And again, a large amount of that money is going through programmatic advertising. So really, this is this is a domain that might sound technical to a lot of brands and agency folks. Saima tells me that she really struggled to hire speakers for today's events because a lot of marketers, a lot of brands don't feel qualified enough to talk about this. But for the brands who are present in audience today, I think this might be a good area to focus on in terms of your own learning also over the next few years, because this is where the future is headed. And unlike, popular conception that programmatic is, only digital, but as we can see, programmatic advertising is now changing the face of the entire, media ecosystem. So the sooner we adapt to that, the better it is. Thank you again for all of you for being here. I look forward to a day of learning, a day of, absorbing what's happening in the latest programmatic advertising trends. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ahuja. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, it is time for our keynote address on evolution of programmatic in 2022. We're elated and honored to have the GM Zaxis Dimpy Yadav joining us. Let's give our lady a big, big round of applause as we request her to join us. Thank you. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for everybody coming over. I could not expect a morning filled with everybody in the room, experts, right? And pardon me for my husky voice. I think weather, Delhi, Bombay is battling on my throat. So pardon me for that. I'm really excited to launch the report, as you know. So this is our second edition for the programmatic report that we have done this year. Last year, again, with E4M, we had launched it. So last year, when we were talking about the report, the main concepts and the talking points were that how programmatic is at an evolution, especially post-pandemic. Everybody was trying to see what advertising world is holding for us, especially post-pandemic. Traditional is moving towards digital. Digital is going heavy towards programmatic. And I'm extremely happy to say that within this 1 year span of a time, programmatic had not just been evolved, but had gone into space where, rightly Naval said, that people are not comfortable talking about it because it's become so advanced. So today, when we're talking about the key trends in terms of programmatic, clearly one big word that's coming here is discovery commerce. I'll just talk about why are we calling it discovery commerce and not just a media commerce. Then AI. So as we know that AI is not just a buzzword anymore, but something which is very much important, a pillar, a growth, like we know our premium partner Cyber is with us, right? You need to have it to have a very much optimized campaign and amplified intelligence is what I'll call, and not just an AI. Followed by creative goes programmatic, where you'll see that it's not just about how you talk about DCO campaigns or you talk about creative renditions happening, but furthermore, where you marry data and technology and AI and measurement, everything together with programmatic in a creative format, where you understand that how with different channels it's being worked together. So let me just open this report for you and talk about the first thing, which is the big bet of 2023. And why are we calling it a big bet of 2023? For a very clear reason. All of us in this room, yes, we know we were forced to go online when pandemic happened, but now that's a new normal for all of us. I don't even remember when was the last time when I went offline for shopping anything. A, because I don't have that time. B, I don't have that patience. C, the kind of ease I have got on online, because every brand has been investing so much of time and energy and of course a lot of money to make that journey easy for users and audiences. So when that kind of investment is happening, clearly audiences are also moving towards an online world for everything that they want to buy, which is a marketplace in e-commerce. And we know, right, brands, that wherever audiences are, we are there. So clearly advertising, when it comes to e-commerce, is not just a line item, but a channel in itself where we have a huge growth. Now, we talk about that. Why are we betting huge on e-commerce? It could be just another platform, right? But the thing is, we need to look at it a perspective that when digital evolved almost a decade ago, it started with search media and also social media. These were the two words that we all had been hearing back then. Entire campaign was built on a huge, humongous list of keywords, and then of course followed by social media. And then we could see media separately booming in, where we talked about omni-channel strategies, especially last 2 years, working upon those things. But do we not resonate same happening in commerce as of today? Because when we are working on our commerce strategy, we again talk about keywords, which is brand keywords, competition keywords, which page do I need to be in, which product do I need to qualify myself for heavy investments. But we need to understand that, again, similar to media advertising, digital advertising, the way we have social and search, within commerce, we have search commerce, we have social commerce, and then we have entire bouquet of audiences, which is sitting for a discovery commerce, which is media commerce. Now, why do we call it discovery? Very clear reason that when audience is trying to make up his or her mind to buy something, they're in a mode of a discovery. So you could be very clear on the fact that what product you want to buy could be a refrigerator. But when you're searching for it about reviews, or maybe in a phase where when you have not made up your mind which brand you want to go for, you're still discovering it. So as advertisers, we see there's a huge gap in terms of our strategies, because we are planning for the bottom funnel or in commerce, which is where we have heavy investment on search commerce. People have already made up their mind in terms of the brand that they want to go for. But what about the time when they were in that journey? So which is where we are leaking it in a way. And we need to invest on our strategy, understand that how can we tap them in that decision-making journey, which is why we are calling it as a discovery commerce, that audiences are trying to discover the brands they want to go for. And similarly, marketeers, we need to understand that how differently our strategy needs to be shaped for that duration. So it is not just a bottom funnel solution, but end-to-end funnel solution, which is how do you work on awareness and then creating an intent, and then followed by a purchase activity that you go for. So in the report, you can read more about it. Not taking a lot of time, we'll move to the next key trend, which you'll see, which is amplified intelligence. Again, why are we not calling it artificial intelligence? Is clearly because when AI is just built on back of tech algorithms, models, right? But that's made by humans. So when humans are meeting artificial intelligence, that's when it becomes a magic, which is amplified intelligence. And gone back are the days when you used to just talk about, lowering down CPMs or CPVs using AI. Now are the days when you say that AI is actually helping you in taking decisions, starting from planning your campaign, which is insight-led campaign, followed by activation, and then even insights after the campaign is done. And even, of course, on the go decision-making that you're doing. So it's a lot of decision-making tree, which AI is helping you to try to build that. And of course, we are seeing a lot of efficiency. So instead of investing heavy, basically, I'll say in a manual strategies that we had been working along back then, is the time when we are building a lot of dashboards with the help of these millions and trillions of data sets. And as we know that the world is going cookieless, all of this is happening. So of course, no matter how much you devise your strategies, whatever we keep on reading upon, but we need to have that insight coming in from data and a lot of models which will be built on the back of algorithm, where you work on top funnel, of course, CPV, CPMs, massive reach to go for, then you have viewability, then you have measurement coming in. And again, if today we talk about one big key challenge that everybody faces is how do you map my journeys together? So most of the brands, if you talk about it, their awareness campaigns are done by one agency, while performance is mostly done by another. But that's now how an audience flow is going in. And those were the days when, of course, world was not omni-channel for advertising, when it was still a walled garden. So yes, it made sense. But today, when entire world is omni-channel, in fact, we are going towards advanced omni-channel, which is not just digital, but how beyond you're going, with it, which is how do you connect offline with online? How do you connect retail with online? So if within online, the world is not connected for you in terms of your media investment, I think that's a big red flag. So that's what we are seeing today, that with the help of programmatic, you're connecting your entire awareness campaign funnel with your performance-led campaigns, for which, of course, you need to have an AI in place. And that entire set of algorithms are setting you up for a strategized campaign deliveries, where, of course, in a span of time, but you understand that how do you increase your delta? How do you further get more efficient ROAS-driven campaigns? And I clearly see that when we talk about performance campaigns, there were times when you used to talk about, how much conversions am I getting? But even in terms of our measurement, those entire metrics are gone. So if you look at your measurement tools now, you clearly see, data-driven attributions. So attribution models are in place just for understanding the fact that awareness campaigns plays a bigger role. And there's a weighted average that needs to be given to awareness campaigns. So when such changes are being done by, big players like Google in their measurement tool, same needs to be reflected in our media strategies too, which is where we have AI, which is further helping us, becoming a pillar to us, navigating this journey for us. And followed by that, as we are talking about creative goes programmatic. So we are not talking about creativity this year because we have talked about it last year, that how, DCO marrying with data and technology navigates the world for you. But there's a big trend coming up for us. The way we could see e-commerce booming for us in next 2 years, we'll see voice taking over that world. So voice is actually going to shape the future for programmatic for us within the scope of creativity. I'll tell you how and why. Past 2 years, I remember there was a gifting idea, Alexa, being given to everybody in all corporate events, personal events, right? So be it bought, be it gifted, but yes, most of people have Alexas at home now. Very well used. And since we have a device, let's get a house, a little bit changes done. So of course, things are very much, again, voice driven in our houses too, which is a consumption. So when adoption is having in terms of consumption, clearly there are audiences, again, sitting there. And as we all know, we never lose an opportunity. Wherever we are able to understand our audiences, we get there within our advertising world. So next 2 years, and which is something not new, because across different parts of the world, it's happening. So again, in India, this trend is going to come, where most of our, I'll say, instructions in terms of buying or going somewhere, navigation in our daily life will be driven by voice assistants, and which is where even advertising landscape is taking us. So we had done a campaign for Pizza Hut as a test, which was done, a few months ago, where again, a campaign was done where a person could talk to the voice. So instead of a creative or one-sided audio campaign, a voice is asking you that, hey, it's a Wednesday, a BOGO, would you want to try a pizza? So out of curiosity, many people said yes and no, just test. And then another creative comes in, depending on the answer being given, which would open a landing page for you, or which would again come back to you in the evening. But the thing is that in this way, today, day-to-day life, when we're so busy, voice is taking over that world for you. So it's making, for us advertisers, entire creative landscape as more conversational. So it's not a journey where you're just waiting for a click to happen and where you end up losing your audiences, but a journey where people are conversing back to you. So it's more of conversational, more of engagement-driven, creative formats being put into picture and place. And also when I talk about creative goes programmatic, we know, yes, as I say, it's a blessing in disguise. Pandemic had been bad and worse for all of us. But the reality is that we're sitting here and we have changed ourselves, our ways of living with, whatever happened in the new ways of normal living. But the thing is with this, within advertising, we have seen massive changes happening. It did not just connect the world together on humanity grounds, but also in the form of advertising, we could see people trying to navigate entire workflow, their landscapes for ease of consumers, which connected the worlds together. I can see digital connecting with offline. I can see digital connecting with retail. When I say digital connecting with offline, there was a time when offline brands hardly used to invest on digital with the fact that my audiences cannot buy online. But pandemic has pushed us towards that edge. And now that is staying with us forever. So there are campaigns being done digitally to create awareness, to create an intent, where yes, the audience is being guided to go towards an offline store today. Could be a car, automotive category, where your creative gives you an option to click on a button which is tap to map. You click on the button and map opens up, it shows the direction. So that's another omni-channel advanced version which we are seeing, where you're not just talking about OTT platforms, working in the one landscape or audio talking to OTT, not just within digital, but beyond digital. So which is what we have advanced omni-channel landscape, where you have your DOH campaigns connecting back to your digital. So that's, yes, a boom for all of us because we don't need to slice and dice our media budgets as per many channels. We can keep this under one umbrella and see how technology and data can do those wonders for us. And clearly, last one is navigating a cookieless world because every client is trying to seek for it that how will that work for us? Again, I'll say, don't panic because if all these changes so rapidly in just 2 years, we could absorb and drive on them. This is not something where we are not prepared. India as a market, we knew that, these changes are gonna happen and they're coming our way. So yes, we're prepared. A lot of technologies already been, kind of surfacing on the top, which we can see. So one word we all hear is contextual, right? That let's move towards contextual ways of targeting, not just a keyword targeting is what I'm trying to say, but more to do with context of the audiences, more to do with relevance of audience groups working out together. And even on the back of, again, data sets, which are going to, flow back in your campaign. And as we know that first party data is driving the growth and factor there, every advertiser is working towards that. And that remains one of the top priority for them. But again, at the same time, as you know that we can't take data back, it's been a long time. So what's going to really help us is, again, those tech and tools. So that's going to be the heavy area of investment that we need to focus on. That's it. Thank you. And I really hope that you really enjoy reading entire report. Thank you.
So I've just requested Dimpy to stay back as it is time for us to unveil the report. And if I could have Mr. Ahuja to please join us, the co-founder of E4M. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naval Ahuja. And I feel that this report unveiling deserves a big round of applause as we request both Dimpy and Naval to unveil this wonderful report, ladies and gentlemen, the E4M Zaxis Programmatic Report 2023. Are you ready? At the count of 3, 2, 1. Let's get it on, everyone. Come on. Presenting to you the E4M Zaxis Programmatic Report 2023. This is the moment right there. And of course, you can have the link to download the report on the website. And if I could have Mr. Ahuja to please give a memento from behalf of E4M to Dimpy. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. Thank you so much. So just for everyone, reminding them that the link to download the report is going to be available on the E4M programmatic website, the event website. So please feel free to download the report for your own convenience. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to move ahead to the panel discussion. But before that, let's get the AVs in play. Let's get a AV played. And of course, the stage being set, allow us a couple of minutes. Could we have that? Thank you.
जब कोई ऊंचा उठता है तो उसकी तुलना माउंट एवरेस्ट से की जाती है। जब कोई तथ्य की गहराई में जाता है तो उसकी तुलना हिंद महासागर से होती है। जब कोई क्रिकेट की ऊंचाई को छूता है तो उसकी तुलना सचिन तेंदुलकर से होती है। जब कोई अच्छा गाना गाता है तो उसकी तुलना लता मंगेशकर से की जाती है। जब कोई तेज दौड़ता है तो उसकी तुलना उसेन बोल्ट से होती है। और जब कोई न्यूज चैनल बड़ा होने की कोशिश करता है तो वो अपनी तुलना आज तक से करता है। न्यूज चैनलों को दिशा दिखाने वाला आज तक
मतगणना पर भी रहा नंबर 1।
जब कोई ऊंचा उठता है उसकी तुलना माउंट एवरेस्ट से की जाती है। जब कोई तथ्य की गहराई तक जाता है उसकी तुलना हिंद महासागर से की जाती है। जब कोई अच्छा क्रिकेट खेलता है उसकी तुलना सचिन तेंदुलकर से की जाती है। जब कोई अच्छा गाती है उसकी तुलना लता मंगेशकर से की जाती है। जब कोई तेज दौड़ता है उसकी तुलना उसेन बोल्ट से की जाती है। और जब कोई चैनल धीरे धीरे करके आगे बढ़ रहा होता है तो वो अपनी तुलना करता है आज तक से। न्यूज चैनलों को दिशा दिखाता आज तक
मतगणना पर भी रहा नंबर 1।
Meanwhile, as the stage is being set for our first panel discussion, if any of you are still standing, please feel free to sit down. We've got enough and more seats for all of you. And of course, Mumbai being houseful is always great to see. And I love the energy whenever I've hosted in Mumbai. Well, ladies and gentlemen, just allow us a couple more minutes. We want the stage to be entirely set. Of course, then will be the time for me to introduce our entire panel. Of course, the discussion with our eminent leaders is getting followed. By show of hands, has anyone been proactive with their tweets? If not, please do so at this time. Of course, the report unveiling has just happened. So maybe I think it's going to be a good moment for you to tweet about the same. The hashtag is very simple, as you can see on the stage, which is E4M's Axis Programmatic Summit as one word. So do that moment. Let's take a couple of minutes. Let's be proactive on our phones and get the tweet out. And of course, I believe the stage is now getting set and it is time for me to continue with the discussions. Thank you. I'm going to ask you in the next 2 minutes how many of you have tweeted, so please be proactive on the same. Thank you so much. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to kickstart with our much awaited panel discussion of the day, Commerce Media, Past, Present, and the Future of Fast-Growing Media Opportunity. Well, for decades, the advertisers have faced challenges connecting their ad spending to the actual customer purchases. Figuring out whether they are delivering impressions for the right price in the correct channel was an imperfect science, with many assumptions, be it data explorations, and of course, a cottage industry of measurement solutions. Today, the commerce media has changed this by directly connecting the audience impressions with the omni-channel transactions and the business results. By linking content and commerce, brands can better serve their customers through more relevant offers and incentives in a privacy-protected way. To discuss this and much more, and of course, we'll be open to audience questions, so we'd love your engagement on the same. It is time for me to invite our eminent panelists. First up, Suyash Dongare, the head of digital marketing VIP Industries. Let's give Mr. Suyash a big, big round of applause. If I could now have Sonali Malavia, the Managing Director of Essence India. Let's give our lady a warm round of applause. Thank you so much, Sonali, for joining us. If I could now have Vardarajan Raghunathan, the Head Monetization and Customer Engagement at Big Basket. Thank you so much for joining us. Well, the conversations have already started, and that's always great to see. If I could now have Avinash Janjire, the VP and Head Marketing at Thomas Cook, to kindly join us. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. If I could now have Ankur Rathi, Head DSP GTM at Amazon, to kindly join us. Let's give Ankur a big round of applause. And it's always the role of a great session chair who curates, moderates, and invigilates the entire conversation ahead. And we're honored to have the co-founder and CEO we serve and VMAX, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Deepak Khurana. Thank you so much, Mr. Khurana, for joining us. And with this, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Wow, good morning to everyone. I have to say this, just seeing a room filled with packed people is quite a sight. So we guys, we do have an engaging audience, and we hopefully try to make this conversation interesting for everyone. Yeah. Okay, as we all are going to talk about commerce media, okay, how many people are representing brands from the audience? Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. And the brands who are in the room, have they leveraged commerce media as a media platform? Okay, awesome. Okay, awesome. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, so we'll start the conversation by setting some context out here and throw in some numbers, talk about how the commerce media ecosystem is playing out, and then probably throw this out to our great panel members and make the conversation more interesting there. Yeah. So talking about some numbers out here, if you look at online shoppers in the country, we're basically saying that, look, 150 million online shoppers in 2020 are likely to grow to become about 300 million plus by 2025. When we look at online shoppers as a percentage of population out there, metros, from a penetration of about 55% in 2020 is likely to grow to 76%. Tier 1 cities are moving from a penetration of 30% to 60%. And tier 2 cities, when it comes to online shopping, are going to grow from 9% to 50% by 2025. So there is a explosive growth happening out there. Almost 88% of the new added shoppers will come from tier 2. So that's like a big growing market out there. Whilst this is one part of the story, how, it is also very interesting to see how consumers are adopting online shopping. So in terms of what kind of stuff they are buying, what are the product categories they're doing, that I believe is a far interesting story than just the growth of numbers out there. A recent study at Amazon pointed out that there is a gradual increase in the number of categories purchased per consumer, and that is ramping at say about 70%. And the number of orders placed per month by the consumer is growing at about 26%. So people are now, going and buying a lot of variety of products, and they're also buying it very frequently. When we look at the GMV mix out there, it is rapidly shifting from electronics to grocery to fashion, and an estimated 40 billion online GMV in 2020 is likely to rise to about 140 billion in 2025. So these are big numbers out there. Having said that, even at 2025, this would still mean 10% of the overall retail business. So we are in for a fairly long journey when it comes to adoption of online commerce. Grocery, fashion, beauty products are the top 3 product categories which consumers are today buying. When you talk about online commerce, there is also another keyword which just pops out: searches. Today, consumers are practically relying on online platforms to do product research. So when you talk about online shoppers, before they buy, almost 60% of these people are constantly trying to do some online research before they end up deciding what they want to buy. And when you look at offline buyers, 50% of offline buyers are doing some form of online research. From generic searches to brand searches, consumer now have the power to go ahead and compare features, product features, price features. So there is a lot happening when it comes to identifying which products they want to buy into. Now, in all of this, what is happening is that as consumers are going ahead and spending more and more time, commerce platforms have become media platforms. Okay, so they are at a point where not just selling to consumers, but selling to brands is becoming a very interesting area for them. And brands, on the other hand, are looking at such platforms to say that, listen, how do we leverage a commerce platform as a media platform? So that's really where we are. It's still very early days. The relationship between brands and commerce platforms is still very new. And I believe that both are pushing each other to kind of see, how they are able to add value on both sides. So as we talk about it, today we have a very interesting mix of people out here. Varda and Ankur, they both represent marketplaces. So they are always trying to find ways to convince brands to spend money on their platform. Okay. Suyash is on the brand side, and the kind of category he represents, he will have some unique perspectives on from his perspective, how is he leveraging marketplaces to grow the business? Yeah. Sonali is on the brand side from an agency when she's constantly looking at saying that, listen, if a brand is spending money on media, how do they go about integrating commerce media as a part of the overall brand strategy? How is it that a brand can see that? And how should they really go about leveraging that? Yeah. So we have this mix of people today. Let me kickstart the discussion right away and ask Varda a point. Varda, see, from your point of view, what kind of problems are you solving for brands? Okay. And on the other side, what are the kind of problems or what are the kind of asks which the brand demands from Big Basket? Okay, where you really feel stretched to meet those goals, purely as a media platform.
Through the pandemic, we already know e-commerce is sort of mainstream, part of most business plans from a brand's perspective. I think now to a very large extent, I think capturing the manifested demand, right, which is essentially search. Right, search AdWords equivalent, whether it be on Amazon or on our platform. I think to a very large extent that's a played out story. I think the struggle that we're having with brands is they're saying, hey, if someone is buying Nivea moisturizer, for instance, right, what else is that person going to buy? Has that person bought just before? Is likely to buy immediately thereafter? What's the context, right, in which that person is operating? For example, if that person is from Delhi, right, and we all know the issues with AQI in Delhi, right, what's the most likely nudge, right, that's going to give me the best balance between reach and ROAS, right? Ultimately, everyone wants some sort of efficiency. They're saying, hey, fine, someone's buying a Nivea moisturizer, I can go and sort of run search keywords on them, capture the demand, right? But what else is like a pointillist sketch of that person, right, that we can sort of capture, right? The other point is, I think increasingly now brands are saying, hey, you're telling us a small sliver of what the person is buying on our platform. Help me fill up the photograph, right? Sort of like, the sketch that we do at the police station, right? Who's this person? What is that person likely to buy? Or where is that person spending time? For instance, I think one of the things that we sort of thinking through is we try and run some of these A/B experiments to see, for example, all other things equal. If I show a customer, let's say Maria Butts face, Lodi Lab, let's say showing that customer like this and 5-star rating. Let's say showing that customer after moving item in Bangalore. Right? Let's just say most popular choice. Let's just say new launch. Let's just say highly recommended. right? It's really quite even a A/B test is probably a A/B sort of test, right? How is that person likely to react? And how many such cohorts can I find for each? So then you start sort of thinking through like a matrix, and you sort of then I think have to use a little bit of psychology and judgment in addition to data, right? Just sort of mind out. I think I sort of think at this that I think the linking in terms of using data, right, and segments, right, is done. I think the challenge is now going to be in an extremely cluttered world, right? How do I improve cognition towards my product and convert that cognition into action, right? All the things being equal, if I have to show the customer 20 items or 30 items, right? How do I make my item stand out? From UX perspective, UX is just the two dimensions.
Sure.
Can I overlay context to make that UX more effective? And to make the CPA far more powerful, right? Rather than just say, if I, for example, I'm sure it's not a revelation. Every time you use things like 30 minutes left for the sale, whatever, you have a countdown time and equal just like what we have. Obviously, I think needless to say, the sale increase. But there's so much what you can do on that because it start affecting the brand, right? It'll start reflecting like it's a desperate sort of trying to sell to the brand, right? Where do you draw some of these lines? To me, I think the future is going to be an intersection of psychology and technology. The technology part is being played out to a very large extent. I think it's going to be differentiating ourselves from a clutter using a bit of human judgment and technology that's going to be.
Okay, see, I get the point that, as a brand, when I look at a platform like Big Basket, I see you data rich and the brand sees you very data rich, and that kind of encourages the brand to go ahead and ask you and demand certain kind of cohorts from you, right? And obviously, that's always the case that you're in a superstore of consumer segments and you have your massive wish list in front of you. Simply put, as they are having that conversation with you, do they see you as a sales channel or as a marketing channel?
See, I think the interesting piece is things like, Maruthi's famous Sita Reddy ad, right? People want to see this. There's just no way you would be able to talk about it. I think if you just, I'd always like to sort of draw this analogy, right? The car market itself is sort of.
So do you tell them that I'm a sales channel, I'm not a marketing channel?
For example, we've had conversations saying, you search, for example, right? And we are in the consumer space, they're bought personal, right? I can go and talk to a surf and say, hey, if I had to show an exposure to people of a surf every time he searches for detergent, his mean time between purchases shrinks from 3 months to 2.5. Right? And that's something that brands love, right? Or
Frequency. So you're basically frequency.
Or I can go and say, should keep a larger pack of soy, right? The mean time to upgrade from 500 grams to 80 comes. Or if I get, for example, think a little more creatively and show a comfort act thoughtfully, not in the search grid, elsewhere, and say, hey, I'm able to now convince 10% of surf buyers to also look at comfort as a basket. Because comfort otherwise is not, for example, a brand that people are going to willingly search. Right? Fabric conditioner is not a utilitarian stuff. It's a nice to have.
Sure.
It's like perfume. Right?
Sure.
So I think these are some pieces that we sort of trying to work with. I think 4 or 5 matrices that I can think of from a brand manager's perspective that we can now start to find, and some of that is already being done, is new to brand. Right? Customer who's never bought this brand before. The mean time between purchases, right? Ability to upgrade and ability to cross, right? How this plays out for each brand, you will have to obviously see. For example, let's say a diapers brand, there's nothing called an upgrade, right? It's just essentially buying a larger pack, right? Yeah. You started with 5 packs, now 10, can you buy 100, right? Now the guy buys 100, he probably stay put for like the next 1 year, right? So different brands have these different sort of notions about what they want to achieve out of that. We're starting to get that. I think the tough part is to show demonstrably. Right? Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't happen because the environment around is also changing.
Sure.
I think these are a bunch of things that
Yeah.
we're at least trying to sort of push back.
Yeah. No, that's interesting. That interesting. What, for me, the takeaway here is that, when you're talking, you're basically saying, how do I improve average order value? How do I go ahead and bring down or improve frequency? These are a couple of key metrics from a brand perspective. Or how do I possibly look at saying that, listen, there is a cross-sell opportunity or there is an upsell opportunity. So in many ways, I'm outsourcing some CRM activities to you. Yeah, as a brand. Okay. Okay. So let me shift the conversation. I want to follow it up with another perspective later in the chat on why it's micro segmentation and all these are there, like scale management is also an aspiration, which very quickly the brand would shift to, but let me just reserve that for now. Talking, Ankur, when we are talking about like you're managing Amazon DSP. Okay. And so what you're going and doing is telling the brand that we have some rich insights on our platform. Okay. You're spending time on our platform. You're doing search ads, you're doing discovery ads, you're placing ads while people are browsing out there. Now also come and spend money with me because I have an extended media ecosystem. So leveraging my DSP, I can solve some marketing problems for you. Okay. When you make that pitch out to the brand and you take that out, what challenges do you face? How easy it is for you to sell off Amazon?
Any commerce platform, including Amazon, have established very clear metrics on including discovery, like Gupta mentioned, the demand is already getting. Also, they catering to discover. So, if, for example, there is a generic search happening, how is that my brand can show up? Is something that we've already answered, something that there are set metrics that every brand looks at, and then there is an understanding on the performance of the brand. Now, when you go into the same group and talk to not the e-commerce manager, but the media manager or the media owner, that now you've got the conversion from me, for your top of the funnel. I think the biggest challenge is the way they look at us. So for any marketer or any media buyer, the way they look at Amazon or any commerce platform for that matter is conversion. So when you are talking about top of the funnel as well, which is enabling a lot of awareness driven activities to the supply that we have on our DSP and pairing it with first party signals from our audiences, which is across our retail, Fire TV, IMTV. The conversion still boils down to, okay, you do run a video campaign for me, but what is the ROAS or what is that going to get? So I think that is the single biggest pain point right now as to how do we, despite having a seat on the table, how do we differentiate these conversations is a big challenge right now, which I try to address.
Okay. So you want to talk anything about like you've solved something for a brand? You want to, is something which you can use as an example and share, like just from a problem solving perspective?
It was a year-long campaign spread across, 4 phases. The interesting part is for a brand like Jockey, which is very generic in packaging, it's very hard for them to look at a seller platform to look as a media platform or an awareness platform. But I think the team out there, what they saw was our strength on the audiences. So our understanding of the audiences, what are the kind of searches that are happening on the platform? Using that data to run top of the funnel campaign, they've been able to drive a lot of, upper funnel, excitement, which is then boiled down into the bottom funnel where they've seen an increase in transactions as well. Because at the end of the day, if they're seeing something which is closer to their liquidity, the chances of them coming back on the platform and transacting is higher. Will it be as good as what they would have done directly for a platform? Probably yes or probably no. But the fact of the matter is at some point in time, you influence that decision. And that is exactly what Amazon DSP is trying to do.
Got it. Okay, great. Suyash, Suyash represents VIP, and he will have a point, POV from a brand perspective. The kind of category which you represent, and from your category perspective, when you decode commerce platforms as media platforms, how do you decode it, and what challenges do you really expect those platforms to solve for your business?
Okay, honestly, start with a cliche line, am I audible to everyone? Because that's been the trend. But yeah, if you ask me as a brand, these solutions are primarily coming in from, say, a Varda or from Google's end. What we are trying to do, while they are trying to dissociate the sales and the marketing challenge that they have, the whole dichotomy of what should be done to get what. Everybody at the brand end look kitna deti. So at the end of the day, we all look out for what is the ROAS for us. And we have to do these small experiments to understand how commerce media does. But for us as a luggage brand, commerce media has a different, I can say, it has a different purpose altogether. For me to see, my luggage brands are very touch and very need-based. If you're traveling, you don't have something to carry, your first go-to is go to a luggage store and try to get whatever your size requirement is. Okay. So for me, if there is an airport opening in Satara, there is an airport opening in Satara. I cannot go there the next day and say, okay, fine, the airport has opened, I need to open a store, and it will suddenly become a commercial airport. My only way of penetration, a quick penetration in that market is going to be commerce media, because I'll be increasing my media spends over there, trying to make people visible and understand this is the brand that they have set up a credibility in form of a shopping destination, which we as brands want to leverage. And that's why we use the marketing side of it. While the sales side of it, we get a lot of insights from what is the consumer trying to search for and why is he buying. For example, the luggage industry post-pandemic from start of 2022 has doubled on Amazon. So we also understand that, okay, fine, the consumer is buying online. The whole mind shift from I want to touch, I want to feel, to directly, okay, I trust this brand, I trust Amazon as a point of sale, and I want to buy this, is what we want to leverage in. Also gives us insight on, say, how many brands out there are trying to vie for the space that we think we are king of. We used to track around 3 to 4 brands. Sadly, Nielsen doesn't consider our category big enough to do their surveys. But yeah, so we have to depend on quarter-wise reports to understand how we are placed on market share. But Amazon gives a different perspective that there are challenger brands. There are significantly new age brands which are targeting different cohorts and inching in that space, which we think that we don't have any competition. So commerce media gives us a lot of perspective on how we shape up the business. I think in a conversation very recently, we were speaking to the whole marketing team and trying to understand, okay, tell me, my competitor brand A is basically getting so many SKUs online, they're increasing debt. Why are we not doing it? So it also gives us perspective what we should produce next. Why a 2,500 rupee cabin bag from, say, a X brand being sold highest? Why aren't we able to capture that space? Are we going to gun for a 2,400 cabin bag, which will shift the balance to us? So those are the questions that we get answers from commerce media. And I think that's the whole relevance that we built with them. And that's our saliency with those platforms.
So from like what you were saying is like picking up the insights, you're also able to do product innovation, or you're able to go back to your management teams and say that, listen, why can't we launch a new SKU at this particular price point? Because you're able to see on the marketplace what is moving, what is not moving, right? Okay. Just from in your organization, when we talk about tackling this, is it a sales-led marketing program or it's a marketing-led program? So, and the other part is, just give us an inside view. Like, for example, for a brand, they would have a separate sales organization and a marketing organization. Do they collaborate, or the sales team says that, listen, commerce is something which I would handle, and the marketing team is supposed to handle top of the funnel KPIs?
See, we are a legacy brand. We have certain build structures, but also pandemic has made us realize that we have to be fluid across the corners. There are no set boundaries. We have to do each other's work to create that impact in the market. VIP, most of you might think the first thing when I say VIP, everything, all that comes to your mind is attention. That is the imagery we have to change. And that's what the endeavor to creating cross-function teams. In last 6 months, we have 8 cross-function teams to address such problems. And when it comes to commerce media, we similarly have an e-commerce specific sales channel and a marketing team working towards getting the best out of the industry. We subscribe to intelligence tools, which we share. We subscribe to a lot of inciting that surveys are done by marketing, which reflect on e-commerce. And previously it was all sales driven. It was predominantly, we were looking at sales because there's a huge market out there. But recently we have tried to understand that as our brands are also being segmented into different cohorts, the commerce media gives us certain signals which only marketing can leverage. So now I would say it's 65% e-commerce initiative and a 35% marketing initiative. But soon we will see a 50-50% partnership happening as our industry continues to grow on these platforms.
Interesting, because when we talk to offline, when I connect with a few other brands, they have separate e-commerce verticals, they have separate marketing teams. The e-commerce vertical would say that, look, I will be taking care of all activities which are search driven because I can measure ROAS, I can measure sales. And the marketing team would go ahead and say that, listen, on the same platform, we are owners of impact. So some organization have built it like that. So I think it's the stage of the organization, the kind of talent which is available inside the organization, which is driving, some of these. Sure. Yeah, please.
The thing is that you have to understand we were basically a brick and mortar chain. Most of our channels are offline sales, but with advent of commerce media, we have to look more online. We are creating our D2C channels, and the organization has to change for an omni-commerce kind of outlook. And I think commerce media is the biggest contributor, or it's the catalyst that we found out so that we change our industry structure or change our company structure, which is very important for omni-commerce, because if everybody is going to guard their port, there will be no united front. So that's what has been the catalyst, and thanks to Amazon, Flipkart of the world, that they have made this possible. So we have, as a organization, we have this omni-commerce outlook where we leverage our 700 stores out there and also leverage the signals that are online and create that seamless integration of who's buying what and for what reason. Yeah. So thanks to these guys.
No, great. I do have some follow-up questions on integration between two areas, but probably that's a conversation for another day. Moving on, I'll move to Avinash out here. And so Avinash represents Thomas Cook, and they are not a seller on a marketplace platform. Okay. So from Avinash's perspective, what I could decode is that you're not a seller, you're not measuring ROAS. Okay. So how do you look at a commerce media as a platform from a marketing perspective?
Many travel brands. We are again similar to VIP, a legacy brand being around in the country for about 100+ years. Primarily seen as a retail operator, not very long ago, 5-6 years ago, we were 100% of the done via 200 odd stores that we have. That first, because we are primarily focusing on international travel, and there are very high ticket size. Average transaction value is average as 2.5 lakh rupees, and it goes up to even 15 lakh rupees per transaction. So which means there is a lot of interaction. There is a lot of time between when people start thinking about it, inquire or start talking to someone, and so then it can be between anywhere from 15 days, which is the minimum that people take from thinking, inquiring to booking, it sometimes even goes back as 4 to 6 months. Like for example, for next May, when people are traveling to Europe, April, May, June, they start the business for next summer 2023 in December. So that's the so because of all these reasons, they were primarily a reseller brand and premium at that, and because of the higher ticket. But because of the advent of digital and e-commerce, we started building our e-commerce business for 5, 6 years ago. That is when we looked at Amazon and the world, where that, according to us, was the fastest way to get to a relevant online purchase audience. And also because of the kind of data cuts and segmentation that where there is a huge overlap between my audience and they will be able to give us cohorts of which is the frequent traveler, repeat purchases, and even mode of purchase and what's the value of they're looking at. So we primarily looked at, and this would probably be in contrast to what Ankur was saying, or probably we are a dream client for that, because our intent was not to look at trying to sell, but acquire new set of consumers, which are primarily online buyers, and that's what our immediate intent was: can I acquire
Drive awareness.
reach and awareness, but to an online friendly or online primarily an online. That's how. And we continue to do that incrementally. Obviously, I must admit that we are not a very high or heavy or frequent advertiser.
Sure.
We don't have specific intervals, especially during our peak season time.
Sure. No, that's interesting because we see like even non-seller brands, like whether it is travel brands, we see card brands, who would indulge in on these platforms and try to either source leads or be available at the point of purchase. So it's very interesting how some of them are utilizing it. Okay, now I.
We are also powering some of the categories.
Interesting. So those are partnerships.
Packages they're actually powered by us.
Sure.
The back end, customer think that they are nice brand, but it's essentially they would probably realize it when they are on the ground on the already. It's essentially almost actually delivering the experience, but it is sold.
Got it. Got it. Okay, interesting. Diverse perspectives. We'll, continue in that momentum. And Sonali, when you are with the agency and trying to stitch up media, okay, across platforms, including commerce, how do you take that story out?
So I'll start from saying that, and I'll qualify it as well. So I'll start from saying that marketplaces are a fairly recent entry into the media.
Spot on.
Right? So, and I'll qualify that. As lower funding contributors, they play a very, very important role, right? And that is how the business understands them and naturally
leans to it.
But as our funnel and that is a very recent situation. That said, I would again like to take a slightly contrary stance to what we've been talking about so far. It was, I think, audiences are no longer linear.
Correct.
Right? And audience journeys are no longer linear. Platform thinking is something of the past. And I'm going to touch back on the theme of this conference to say past, present, and future, right? So past was all about platform-oriented thinking when media was very, very linear. Today is a lot more dynamic. Today is a lot more audience-focused. And tomorrow is going to be even more so powered by a lot more data and unification of that journey. And I mean, while we've gotten on that track, we are at least still some way away from creating something that is completely integrated and omni-channel, commerce, all of that is on the way. It's not there yet, right? So to say, and I think I want to from here take a step into audience journey. Now, audience journeys are not at all, right? So people are jumping between platforms, people are jumping between offline and online forms, and it is entirely up to agencies. And I would say that that is where we come in. And I've already heard speak a lot about, we're trying to establish ourselves as marketing platforms rather than sales platforms. Brands are starting to ask for not a single view, and I guess both of you would also agree that the perspective that is being provided by marketplaces individually or by platforms individually is actually quite siloed. But what a brand needs is actually to be able to deduplicate and understand where, and we spoke and really touched upon attribution and saying, how do we actually bring everything together to say what is working for a brand? And that comes back to audience. To say how are we tracking those journeys really effectively. And that's where one piece. So as and in the past, we've been very good with using 3PD, right? So everybody understands third party data. Over the last few years, we've also become really good with second party data. Today, what we are understanding is how to deploy not just first party data, because first party data is the richest source of the most accurate insights. We spoke about how insights are going to really power the next generation, right? Today, what this is about is, and again, we spoke about a cookieless future as well. So all of it is coming together in a perfect storm. And what is right now important is being able to create value optimization, taking one PD, and then being able to deploy it at scale using all our second party and third party data and creating a unified view of our consumers and being able to scale, right? Now, that is what brands are today looking.
I think marketplaces are not permitting right now to deploy first party data, right? No single.
And where we come in, and that is something that we're actually focusing very hard on, because what that enables us to do is anonymizing, staying relevant and compliant, protecting our consumers' interests as well, and then being able to generate insights which can then power a lot more targeting appropriately at scale, right? And this is also then, and this is exactly what marketers are looking for, which is return on investment, which I think makes sense for them.
Sure.
And that is the only way. Tomorrow, I mean, there is walled gardens are going away, right? And everybody is going to protect their data. And to my mind, the only opportunity that we have to unify that journey, because otherwise it's just going to be a battle for who is able to convince, and it's not in the interest of any client. And we talked about ABS, but that also is right now in a very limited space. So once we are able to, and that is the journey that we are right now on, to say how do we integrate all the various sources of data and comply with norms, and then be able to create the best and the highest return on investment for our clients. And then that is powered further by addressing. So we started, and last year the theme of the same conference was a lot more about how do we personalize creators at scale. From there, we moved on further towards saying addressable media, which is another next layer, and that was what Naval touched upon when we talked about the Fine Cards conference, which happened just last week, which is about saying that powers it next at scale. And this time, talk about saying how do we now start deploying voice to be able to amplify it to the next level. And once you have, and again, it comes back to understanding your audience well, so that you're able to then personalize at scale and be able to target. And then, of course, measuring it, closing the loop with saying what is working, what is not working. Because as we go into, and everybody knows that the next few years are going to be really tough. Return on investment is going to be the single biggest driver of clients, right? So measurement is going to start playing an even a more important role. And then to say what is not working for you is actually to start falling off. But then for that, you have to know what is working.
When we basically look at the ecosystem, yes, you're spot on there that yes, consider any of the media platforms, whether it's Facebook, Amazon, Big Basket, any of them, by itself in their ecosystem, they have certain insights, and those are closed wall gardens, which are then leveraged, by various players out here. In the changing world, in a rapidly changing world, there will be a reorganization of the whole stack, where somewhere you're basically saying that, listen, is there any alternate intelligence which is available? Okay, and then how that alternate intelligence can be can at least provide meaningful insights and segmentation. Okay, and with an ability to really activate consumers messaging, whether it is to do with growth platforms, or whether it is to do new users, or whether it is to do with retention marketing. So if I'm a marketer who will probably look at it from holistically, I would say that, listen, you know what, I get the USPs of each of these universes. Okay, now how do I really stitch it up well, and how can technology really enable me to stitch it up, across all boxes? And I think for marketplaces, okay, you heard this point, and you can possibly give me a diplomatic answer to it also. Okay, but if you had to, would you be open to allow brands to say that, listen, you know what, here is a pipe, you can put your segmented audience here? Because as a media player, Facebook says that, okay, fine, you have your FunP data, go ahead and deploy it. Google says you can do it. So why is marketplace shying away from it?
Obviously, there's a big conflict from a trade perspective. Obviously, this is a big profitability driver for most marketplaces. I don't have to tell you that. That's an elephant, right? So, because I think over a period of time, thanks to Amazon, we realized that this first party data is not just useful to the brand, it's also useful to the marketplace to make their own private labels. I'm sure private labels conflict with brand, right? I'm just sort of calling out the elephant in the room. And the more important piece is, if HUL comes to me and says, hey, tell me, let's say 50% of all surf buyers, right, could potentially be upgraded to comfort, right? And Wipro, which incidentally has a fabric condition, comes and says, hey, I'd like to reach out to surf customers, right? And I'm willing to, double my bid. What should we do? I don't have an answer. I'm just saying the pulls and pressures, right? I think it's very important to understand that the marketplace is trying to improve upon their share of wallet of you as a customer. That often is a conflict with what the brand wants to observe, right? The brand thinks everything that goes to the customer ought to be from HUL. But the customer may say, hey, show me the best fabric condition, right? Why trying to push comfort out of me, right? I don't think we sort of quite found an answer on that. That's why I said maybe, right, things like bundling, dynamic creatives, pricing on the fly could provide some answers, right? I think the way I sort of think about it is, I think this is very analogous. It's a very simple metaphor. It's very analogous to what happened with the car in-car music system, right? We all grew up in a world where air conditioning alone was statutory. Then they said, no, auto climate, right? You have to know what the temperature is. Now you say AQ, right? And you have an air purifier within the car that adjusts itself to the AQ, right? And then you buy all kinds of information. I got that. Temperature, humidity, distance travel, distance to empty. How now? I mean, I could never imagine. You have a live gauge of tire pressure as you drive. I don't know if it's useful, but I think car makers are figured out a way to convince that you have to pay another 100,000 rupees for the extraordinary privilege of you getting to know your tire pressure even while you're driving. Right? I think that's happened over a period of time.
Correct. Ankur, talking about tire pressure, they've given me the pressure chit right now that
well, I think I'll make some viewers. Actually, it's a good conversation to understand what exactly the market is and then funnels down from the agency first. To answer a question like a sales pitch, you can upload data, and what Deepak mentioned, first-party data can be used on some platforms like Amazon, which basically ties down the full journey that you're doing. Because I guess some telepathy between you and the product team there. But without that, we understand there's breakage. There's no way that you establish. So yeah, I think the industry will pick that up as well, and I'm sure this will become a norm where you can use both our data and brands' first-party data to drive that seamless.
You can take this off right now. No problem. Very happy.
Yeah. That's a very positive message, it will inspire Vardha, right? Yeah. Okay. So I think with that, we'll call it a wrap. I'm like tempted to ask people that if someone wants to ask a question, I can get away. He's pointed.
Can we have a mic pass just in interest of everyone in the forum, and of course, even for the live feed, we'd like you to talk. Yeah, perfect.
I'm Raj, and I think the panel just sort of in detail about some main aspects of this, but are these platforms actually driving incremental sales, or are they just shifting from, say, one channel to another?
Would anyone like to take it up?
I think that's always, the brand goes and says that, listen, give me market share from my competing brand. Am I growing the category, or am I biting into, my competitor? That's like low hanging fruit for most brands.
Like literally 3-4 times inside from where they live.
So yeah, I can give you a perspective from my category. The thing is that we are not reachable beyond metros and so for me it's an incremental sales that comes with distribution. So the whole point is that my distribution is limited to very few cities. Okay. If I have somebody purchasing from a 50-kilometer radius of say Tirupur, I won't be able to cater him through a store. What he has to do is always travel. With convenience of having commerce in their phone on their hand, they're able to order my products and they're able to see our category 11% penetration and half of it is unorganized local players. And the half of it, we're trying to capture that half, but being a market leader, we have to push the profit, make it 20%, 25%. And these guys are helping us do that. Yeah. Our assurances, their imagery is again helping us build that trust with the consumer beyond, say, a district center or a taluka center to get those consumer buying branded. So I would say for us, it's an incremental business.
All right. Thank you. Thank you on that. We'll just take one more question in interest of time. Yes, just the gentleman in the black out here. Could we get a mic passed? No, not for you. Hey, Deepak, don't do it. Please sit.
Yeah, speaking for a brand who's
Could you tell your name first?
Yeah, my name is Balakrishnan.
Yeah, perfect.
Speaking for a brand who invests on marketplaces. Typically they get traffic from organic and they see from inorganic traffic, which is driven by ads, right? And if a brand has to invest on top of the funnel, one of the questions that come first is the money that I'm spending now for top of the funnel, is it eating into my anyway getting organic traffic? I am the market leader anyway. I will get these organic traffic anyway when the customer is searching in keywords. Why should I spend more money on, let's say, on top of the funnel? Why not continue spending only on bottom of the funnel?
Sure. Thank you. Would anyone like to take it up?
Yeah, I can take it up. It's particularly relevant to CT packs. I think this is sort of that says that if a brand sort of trust, right? A brand goes from zero awareness to getting to your consideration after 6, 7, 8 impressions. For example, a new brand gets launched, you see that today, let's say somewhere here, you see it while driving on a hoarding, then you see it on a marketplace, even though you're not buying it, you start to think, maybe this has some relevance in my life. Right? I think that obviously the function of what the legacy of the brand is, the brand is instantly recognized. I think there was, for example, a new brand that was just starting out in much shop. I think what e-commerce media does is because I'm putting it right at the time that you're about to purchase, right? I don't have data, I wish I could sort of tell you that, but we've seen success of, let's say, a wall on Amazon, right? That's a purely ATL brand. They just sort of distill insights and said, hey, on Apple side, they're meaning something that people, wanted to sort of buy. No one thought, no HQL, no PhD figured out that was such an important product and inside, it's become nearly mainstream, right? I think that ability to be there, someone talked about context, I think we talked about context, right? Be there at the context, right? It's like popcorn in a movie theater, right? Rest of the time, you probably never think of buying Compass 500 bucks. It's what it is, right? So I think that able to influence and getting to the mind space gets amplified, right? I think just a sort of wind up point, I think the problem with all of this is that we are just taking a transactional view of this entire thing, right? Saying, hey, I'm putting money today, what am I getting? If you took a more time lapse, which just for the record, the marketplaces and brands are sort of looking because we just don't know what the end result will be. I mean, such a complex calculation, right? My sense is it'll be a positive flow.
Sure, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, please, please.
Add another, just texture to this as well to say that this is all well and good if you're the brand leader. What about when you're not the category leader? Why would someone pick you? If you haven't invested in building your brand, then what right to win do you have there? And which is why even hardcore performance brands started thinking top of the funnel or through the funnel. Because once the funnel on plain performance starts to saturate, then what do you do? And you're not going to be able to build your brand overnight. So which is why it has to be very thought through. It is not about now and here. If you're here for the long term, then you have to think for the long term and you have to think brand and your right to win.
Sure, thank you. And I think with 10 minutes overtime, I think we will have to conclude on this front. Let's applaud our immense leadership on the stage. Deepak, thank you so much for curating such a wonderful panel discussion with such eminent personalities. With this, if I may have Ankit Anand, India Strategy Lead, Bobble AI, to kindly join us on stage and help us in felicitating all our panelists. May we request you to please stand up, and of course, Mr. Anand, let's give him a big round of applause. Ankit, thank you so much. If I could have the mementos now being given on the stage. Ankit, of course, leading the strategy India for Bobble AI. Thank you, Ankit. With that, we request you one by one to felicitate all our panelists and, of course, our moderator. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, remember to keep hashtagging E4M Zaxis Programmatic Summit as one word. Let's continue with the energy around and the flow of knowledge and information on social media. With all the mementos being given away, Ankit, I request you to please step in together with the panel for a group photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What a fabulous discussion this has been. Thank you so much. Wow, what a great conversation. To the ones who are standing, if you're looking to increase your standing and moving minutes, you can stay standing. If not, if that's not your target for today and you'd like to sit, there are a lot of seats on this side, which is on the right of me. So if that's not going to be your aim for increasing your standing minutes, please do join us today and enjoy the forum, enjoy the summit ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a very interesting session. Let me tell you, it's a spotlight session on digital learnings of 2022. I'll just give the ones who are standing a couple of minutes if you'd like to sit. Any of you, if you can find your left or right available, the chair, you can just put in your hand so we can guide everyone. Yes, there are a lot of seats out here. So if any of you would like to sit, that's your spot. Thank you. The next topic, of course, being digital learnings of 2022 is rather very interesting. Let's give them a couple of minutes to please settle down. If the audience can be cooperative and help them in settling down. Thank you. I'm glad that that was not your target for today. Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, why is everyone standing still? All right, thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, joining up next is the Vice President Marketing Domestic and IB at Tata Motors, a thought leader who's got 2 decades of global brand and category building experience with some of the most admired brands in the world. Somebody who's been instrumental in delivering path-breaking work, creating much loved IPs, and of course, building high caliber teams. He's received 40 Indian and international awards across advertising, marketing, and brand building. Somebody who's the proven rare ability to use technology to evolve a brand storytelling using technology rather very efficiently. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to now call upon none other than, and I'm sure you'll love to applaud for him, Mr. Subhranshu Singh, Vice President Marketing Domestic and IB at Tata Motors. That's your.
Is that the clicker?
Yeah.
Which way do I go?
I believe this way. Yeah, the center one.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a very generous introduction. It's the kind of introduction that my mother-in-law would have liked to hear but never believed. God rest her soul. I think the cue here from just the way the room is laid out is that Exchange for Media wants to go wide, not deep. And I think broadly that's what I'll do in my presentation as well. I was flipping through this excellent report and I was telling Naval that my presentation is more or less a formality now, because if you really want to go through what I have, you might as well read the report. But I've been around the block a few years. I'm almost as old as having remembered wanting to keep a dinosaur as a pet before they went extinct. And when I joined Hindustan Lever 24 years ago, at that time, everybody in the room knew what marketing meant. As a placeholder, everybody had common knowledge of the subject matter. Decision makers were more proven and experienced. That's the difference. With the rise of programmatic advertising, that changed. And it changed in the sense that the decision makers still had to look very educated, and they got it. But the pace of technical evolution was such that in the last 10 to 15 years, probably by the time the conference ends today, something new would have popped up. And so basically, it is a very humbling experience, because the junior most folks in the room usually know best. And that's not how management hierarchies work. That is not how marketing hierarchies work. Nevertheless, like I said, I'll try and keep it wide. My experience is across many sectors. I've spent time in CPG. I went to Alcobev for a while. I was in payments with Visa. I spent time as CMO for Star Sports. Last 2 stints, I was global head of marketing at Royal Enfield, and now I had a 60,000 crore business, Tata Commercial Vehicles, as CMO. As my wife keeps joking, with progressing age, the only 2 verticals remaining are insurance and pharmaceuticals. I guess at some point in time, I might get there as well. My intention is not to talk about programmatic advertising, because as I said, every one of you probably knows it. The report has it all. But I think as practitioners, we fall into a common trap. And that trap is that we start looking at it from the vantage point of what's in it for me. So the near horizon is known to everybody. The second horizon is rarely known to anybody. And the client and partner dialogue tends to become fractured, because as somebody was saying in the panel, I want this month's sales, the next month's projections. And I won't say the tragedy, but the complexity with programmatic is that there is data and there is jargon. And so basically, when in doubt, they open up an Excel sheet, and then he's like, oh my God, ab to ye data dikha raha hai. So what do I do now? In my present business, we span a very large set of verticals within commercial vehicles. So if you're buying a pickup or a micro truck or a mini truck or a van, it's very different from buying a construction machine or a heavy truck or an intermediate carrier or indeed a bus. So it spans B2C, B2B, and B2B2C. And in all endeavors, we are making accelerated progress. Could I get a bottle of water, please? When it comes to programmatic advertising. I think from my vantage point, it's more important to share how that impacts my advertising per se, not in terms of just the efficiency metrics. Thank you. Thank you. And I think that it's a race that's never over. So conventionally, when we used to do, like I said, back in the day when I started life, there was a script, there was a 30-second ad, there was a campaign, and then this 360 thing around it. Everybody had that hub and spoke kind of a chart. Campaign got done, launch got established, move on to the next thing. But unfortunately, that doesn't work anymore. So what works is how progressively are you thinking about, like I said, the second horizon, and that's an inconclusive debate. Where do I point? Okay. So, advertising works. Advertising works a great deal. I was in Qatar day before yesterday for the Argentina-Croatia match. And I felt like I was the richest man in the world because I had tickets. And everybody I was meeting outside Lusail Stadium was advertising for their need for a ticket. And they were quoting amounts which probably would have busted my provident fund had I said, okay, fine. But my son would have left and gone away. So I had to go and see the match. It was a good match though. The good news here is that advertising is shaping up like a bouquet. And there are a variety of options that people exercise. The problem is that everybody regresses to the average. And the average is the data that's published everywhere, including the report, and it's a responsibility that they discharge. But the average has a full spectrum, right? So there is the extreme positive outlook, and then there is the very perverse negative outlook as well. And everybody tends to look at the average and beyond. We are a hopeful country, we are a young country, everybody thinks mere saath acha hi hoga. But then when things don't work out quite well, which is why I will like to spend some time as we go ahead on what is the important part in terms of the planning exercise. From my standpoint, I think General Eisenhower said, plans are useless, but planning is very important. Because no sooner do you actually start engaging with the realities of the marketplace, the plans all change. But if you have a planning mindset, and if you look at data from a planning input standpoint rather than a functional, execution standpoint, the perspective will be very different. So just the good news is that India is growing. We are assuredly the highest growth ad market in the country. I was reading the report and I thought, oops, my figures might be 1 billion up or down, but usually up is a good news. The positive aspect here is that there's a lot of headroom when it comes to programmatic advertising. I think the conviction levels are high. Execution detailing is relatively mediocre across the board. I think the purses will open up further. And somebody in the previous panel was saying times are going to get tough. I think India is the only $1 trillion and above economy that's growing at you can shave off 0.5% plus or minus, but it's growing at roughly 7%, which means every 10 years, India will add another India to itself. And this is a country where 40 crore Indians are less than 20 years of age. Nowadays, when somebody calls me uncle, I don't mind because almost everybody is calling me uncle nowadays. Every $1 trillion of GDP that gets added changes India. It changes India in never before seen ways. People's response to brands, their practice in terms of what they buy, how they buy. And we are seeing that change even in commercial vehicles, which was considered to be the bastion of, below the line advertising, below the line promotions. People want to get a feel of the vehicle. They ask people. It's a running shop on wheels. People did not think that online transactions would become a reality. And I'm happy to say that in the last 1 year, we have got to a level where almost between 12 to 20%, depending on our subcategories, and we are effectively 4 large companies within the company, it's happening purely through digital means. What happens next? And this is basically my money chart. After this, you can go off to sleep. If you're executing against a data opportunity, if that is your definition of programmatic, and if you take the conventional, but in my view, a slightly myopic or even narrow view, that it is a machine or an algorithm or a program that decides what to buy, when to buy, and where to show, then I think that's a constricted view of the opportunity. But if you look at it as a way to execute on all available data, if you're looking at it as data strategy first, and then myriad uses of it. One of them is more efficient, more return efficient, more spontaneous, more activated media buying, then we are talking about a very different set of opportunities and challenges, both. So I'll try and cover some of that. The world has changed, and in the last 1 year, we did 3 significant launches. We did Ace electric vehicle. It's a mini truck. It's called Chota Hathi. We launched the electric vehicle version of it largely for captive users. Flipkart, Amazon, all of them are large customers of ours. And we pre-announced 39,000 vehicles even before the first one rolled off the assembly line. In every market of ours, in every vertical that we operate in, there are customers who are also owner entrepreneurs. So the driver who gets you your LPG cylinder, or the newspapers to your doorstep, or the bricks with which your house was made, or your children go to school, everybody is actually driving a business, but they are tech enabled. Last week, Siddeshwar, my colleague, is in the room. We were in Jaipur and we went to an industrial area. And out of curiosity, I was asking them what phones did they have. Without exception, all of them had smartphones. And they had things like BBC News, which, shocked me because it rubs against the conventional stereotype of a person who's driving a daily load operator for a mini truck. Now, in the last 1 year, in all of these launches, we have gone aggressively vernacular, but purely online. So a Jagran may have been a part of the mix, and NDTV.com may have been a part of the mix. And I think this constriction in terms of 1 or 2 platforms dividing the earth is not going to happen in India. It may seem like that. It already is changing. And if anybody is in doubt globally as well, look at what happened in the world in the year 2020 or right after COVID, when everything was boom. And now across the world, it looks like it's falling to gravity, it's going bust. But I think we must have a local fit to solutions. And the reason it's important is not because I'm trying to communicate in the right language or in the right context. It is because the data stack itself changes when you cross borders, even within India. Andhra Pradesh is very different from Bihar. Bihar is very different from Jharkhand. And the applications that we do, Jharkhand may be a major mining state. I may be selling tons of tippers and key account management becomes a focus there. Go to Bihar, where lots of first-time users and intenders who want to just get a vehicle because they're not getting viable employment, they may want to run a business and earn a living out of that. So the way in which you approach this data, an intender is not an intender is not an intender. They have very different backgrounds and contexts. And I think this is something to celebrate where India is concerned. Right. So from a platform standpoint, this is basically what programmatic is. I may have done a bit of a shorthand here, but if you know the features, the inventory, if your tech stack is ready and if you are conscious of data, full knowledge of data is impossible. I'm forgetting the name of an Argentinian author who wrote the slimmest novel. I think it's 1 paragraph. It's called something La Scientia, the science of maps, where he says, I want to go deeper, I want to go deeper, I want to go deeper, till they descend to the flat earth and they say, this is the world around you. You have to lift up a little bit and get that perspective, because the real world is not a map. So if you have the features, the inventory, the data, and the algorithm, then what you must do on the planning side is what I put on the other end of the chart, is what is your inventory quality? Who are you doing business with? What is the way in which you balance the organic and the inorganic, which is often lost because of this rush of, jargon? And is data and the compression that marketers feel in the short term because of the pressures of evidence which are data supported, is that subsidizing creativity at the other end? Now, creativity is nowadays an unfashionable world. Again, I'm revealing my age. But they're like, how does it matter? You have to have the right pipe, you have to reach the right time. The intender has to be able to click through. But click through to what? And what is the idea that you're rubbing that against? And is it going to build a taller structure in terms of the brand? And in this entire magic, where is your digital anchor? Is it your website? Is it your social platforms? Is it e-commerce sites? Are there marketplaces which are going to become important? And it's like juggling with many balls in the air, but people tend to believe that whatever works for my sales results, whatever gets me the most efficient leads, whatever gets me the most efficient conversion is best. And then you realize 3 months down the line, you're looking at the rear view mirror and the scenario has completely changed. And in our lead generation exercises, we find that the plateau comes time and again. It's like a cascading plateau. It's not one hump to cross every month. So if there is a change in, let's say, the monetary policy changes by 25 basis points, the interest rate, the contraction that we will feel in people having liquidity or the availability of finance will dramatically change the scenario. If fuel prices go up or down, CNG versus diesel, it will dramatically change the mix that I have to sell. And so these things need to be factored on top of your programmatic plans. That's the point I was trying to make. I'm heavily jet lagged and hence heavily nicotine and caffeine induced as well. I'm not jet lagged because of the time difference. I'm jet lagged because my son didn't let me sleep. He wanted to tell me all about Messi. He was embarrassed that I didn't know enough and somebody will have a conversation with me and I won't know enough. Right. Now, this is the tackling of the many challenges. Everybody knows this. I mean, I think the average knowledge here is above, above par. You could all run your own programs. But so I'm not going to spend time explaining each. But to me, from a marketing ownership perspective, the importance is what is the data plan and what is the publisher plan. Usually the practice, and I encounter this time and again, is the publisher plan first, the data plan second, because people in turn are buying inventory. They in turn have handshakes with a number of platforms. I think from an earnestness perspective, you need to change that equation. You need to look at all the data. And I mean, everybody's spoken about the imminent sunset on cookies and the privacy curtain will come down and so on and so forth. But that to my mind is a matter of specifics. I think the generality is more important. What is the data with which you can make actionable outcomes happen? And if you understand your data, nowadays they have a zero-party data as well, but at least first party, zero party, whichever party it is, are you in the party in the first place? That's the important part. Then are you able to take that data and marry that to all the other harvesting of third-party data, overlay it, and then come to this another slightly unfashionable word nowadays, which is actionable insight. And the number of times if I earned $1 every time somebody confuses a fact for an insight, I would be neck to neck with Elon Musk almost, because they mouth facts and they tom-tom that to be an insight. But if you don't, as a client, I'm speaking as a client, if I don't have a clear view of what my customer intention is, if I don't know who my customer is, then any amount of buying data or overlaying third-party data on my data will not help me. So I think the responsibility, much more than the partners, much more than the entire ad tech space put together, lies on big or small you may be, but are you consciously thinking about your customer? Because like I said, in our business, the reality changes in a matter of days. And yet the momentum is such. You see, let me give you a perspective. If suppose I am a fleet owner with 10 trucks versus I am a household with 3 shampoo brands, let's say. If I buy a 4th shampoo brand, I'm adding to the repertoire, as they say. But if I buy 2 trucks, those 2 trucks are going to stay for a period of 7 to 10 years. They will have servicing contracts. They will buy spare parts. Entire generations of drivers will be trained on those trucks. So they will forever prefer that brand X versus another brand Y. And so it's not only a matter of, oh, it's a good deal. Or, oh, you know what? I was reading Jagran.com and this banner ad popped in and I clicked and filled a form. And I'm not belittling consumer products or FMCG, which is where I began life. But it's a very different dynamic as you cross different verticals within, let's say, the commercial vehicle spaces. Let's take the case of buses. We all send our children to school. They go in a bus. Their fuel efficiency and economy is one part of the mix, which is important to the business owner. But safety and security is equally important to me as a person who's eventually paying for that bus seat. If I'm selling a construction machine, a tipper, it goes back and forth in highway construction time and again over the same journey, but it's on flat ground. If I sell the same tipper for mining, it goes on an incline like this. And so gradability and loadability is important. Now, when I'm making an advertising campaign, I cannot get to that level of detailing when it comes to an interface which is run digitally. And so what follows thereafter, how I handhold people, how I land them to a site, how they get the full 360 view on how the business is going to be supported, those are very important factors which are beyond just programmatic execution. So I'm not saying this is not important. I'm saying it is important provided the customer, that is the client, has that perspective. I've already spoken about this. It's an iconic brand called Ace. It's a mini truck. It's also called Chota Hathi. It is a nation builder. It is a category builder. Before 2005, when Ace was launched, everything from a bullock cart to a three-wheeler was used for intracity transport, last mile. With the arrival of this, everything changed. But and honestly, before I joined Tata Motors, I had a blind spot. I couldn't see trucks. After I accepted the offer and when I was serving my notice, every second vehicle on the road appeared to be a truck. My father, who's not very proficient, told me one day, you say, "Tum jis naukri mein jaate ho, usi ki khabar Google mein lag jati hai." He didn't realize it was adaptive and therefore he was looking for that news, so it was throwing more to him. He thought it was because I was doing a great job. I haven't told him the truth till now. So we must build customer stacks around the utility that the vehicle provides. And in this case, when we launched EV, it was a huge leap forward, right? Because, while Tata Motors is doing exceedingly well in the passenger vehicle space for electric vehicles, the way in which an electric vehicle works is dramatically different from the way in which an internal combustion engine works. First of all, you're not sitting on top of that engine. It vibrates less. It's more fuel efficient in different ways. The sensorials are different. The charging economics is entirely different. Now, if I am not an intender, if I've never conceived of the possibility of buying an electric truck, just interacting with that advertising is not enough. So I have to dig deeper and mine where that possible opportunity, including upgrades, for example. So then there has to be a CRM strategy that lives and marries the programmatic strategy in this sense, right? Secondly, there is no single data insight that is viable here. You have to keep, it's kaleidoscopic. So you change the same set of data points, give you different realities, but then you must go to people, dealer sales executives, territory sales managers who know what's happening at the last mile and then bring that back into your origination, into the plan origination. Now, another thing is, programmatic for the most part is advertising online. And that's the shorthand that, let's say, my bosses who are not in the marketing function would understand it to be. But like I said, if it's about acting on a data strategy, then a host of other things that you do. We are big spenders on outdoors. That's where our business is. People who drive trucks are on the roads. Doesn't require a genius to figure that out. They see the stimulus is all on the road. Of course, they have a handheld device and they're getting information there. How do you marry this with their life on the road? And by the way, it's not only truck drivers. There's a $100 billion market in terms of brokerage. There are fleet owners who are gigantic corporations, and then again, a 2-truck owner or a single truck owner. They are consumers in their own right and across categories. So there are opportunities for that stimulus to reach them. We ourselves are looking to advertise on a fleet of buses, including EV buses, that we have sold to several municipal authorities, cities, and governments. So the advertising mix is programmatic if you take a wide lens view of it. If you take a narrow lens view of it, then it's only about making my digital advertising more prominent and more effective. So this is what we did. Like I said, we've been spending a lot. We've got to a programmatic layer by layer execution on where to put the hoarding. It's a simple hoarding. If you go to a tier 4 town, they'll probably be the most prominent city center, and then the whole town grows around it. In metros, the realities are very different. But what we are doing is every road is not the same road. Where is the concentration? Where is the economic activity? So, for example, in Bombay, the outer city is very prominent when it comes to warehousing. And places like Bhiwandi, like Panvel, they are major hubs for transporters. And so if I put a smart sign on Marine Drive near Cafe Coffee Day, it's not going to do a great deal for my business. And intuitively, you would understand this, but where exactly are the toll nakas? Where do people go to get CNG? This kind of information overlay helps both the accurate placement, but also rapid execution, because you know where you need to go. Another area in which we are working very aggressively is influencer videos. And that also we are selecting from a leaderboard, more or less programmatically. When I buy a truck, I look at everything. I look at what's the cost going to be, how much finance am I going to get, what's my EMI payout, if I am the driver, if I hire a driver, what's the cost, tire pressure. Somebody was making a joke about tire pressure, but tires are a very, very important and significant consumable, probably the second most important consumable after fuel. So if my tires wear out fast, I'm not making as much money on my lifetime. And of course, the safety angle where, India leads the number of fatalities on the road. So, these are very important features for us. But what we are doing now with influencers is in 3 tiers. National influencers, whom we select not only for their followership and viewership, but also engagement. So views per video, etc. Then what are they doing by way of comparisons? Who are they talking? What is their language? What is their editorial style? And we don't prescribe that at all. We are making opportunities for them to come to our service centers, to our manufacturing locations, to these trucking hubs, and look at the effective life cycle of a product, talk about it, make those comparisons. What is X and what is Y? They're seemingly spec to spec, eyeball to eyeball, but over the course of a 5-year lifetime, it can be very different. And today, digital and mobility are converging also in terms of telematics. So one of the fastest growing areas in digital exploration is the digital twin of a vehicle. You're plugged to every corner and sitting at a laptop, they can know what is the route efficiency, what is the driving behavior, what is the tire pressure for that matter, and several other things. And so it's important to monitor these from a return on investment point of view, but also to give you peace of mind. Usually with the arrival of a cell phone, people would do track and trace. Is waqt kahan ho, kitni der mein pahunchoge? And then they divide the total distance traveled by the cost of fuel and you get an average. We do that with people we hire for driving our vehicles, for example. But there are so many layers beyond this that if we could select the right intention on these influencers, some people are experts at explaining mileage. Some people are experts in or have built a credible case for explaining safety features. There are others. I got tire pressure as well now. So I'm going to skip through these. These are more possibilities. I think we have regularly underestimated gaming. For a country where, like I said, 40 crore people are less than 20 years of age and effectively 50 to 55 crore smartphones, I think this is potent and it's waiting to happen. On video, there are a variety of numbers. I have this number. I saw more or less the same number here. If people are spending 4.7 hours on their cell phones, an average, that's humongous amounts of opportunity to give them more, build associations, not only sales. I think it also helps us to jump across screens. And there is a very large affluent audience, even in my business, which is commercial vehicles. And I think the monthly active users are way more promising and the lift we get is way more promising here. I think I've already spoken about the technology piece. Just one last thing on what we are doing further now. You see, some people have spoken about omni-channel realities. I want to know exactly my consumer, no matter where he is and where they may happen to be. But the problem is within my lines of business, there is a lot of cross visitation. Somebody is not sold on buying only a mini truck. They may go up to a pickup. If they're going to a pickup, why not buy a 407? If they're buying a container truck, why not consider one reefer? Because you know what, refrigerated transport is booming. So they're always in this sort of zone. There's not an exact point. They're thinking in terms of budgets, in terms of applications, as we call them. And so we look at cross visitation between lines of business. We look at which products are yielding better conversions, which products have higher page visits. Bounce rates, of course, are a reality that we know. But at the end of it is, all of this gives me more foresight and more actionable insight into who my customers are. And we have found that, generally speaking, across auto, car trading, mobility per se has much more actionable, because it's, you know, for most people who own a truck and are making a living driving a truck, it's probably their single most valuable possession, probably even more than the house they own, if they own a house. So from a fleet owner who may be 5,000 crores turnover to, like I said, a mini truck driver, the intent, the degree of emotional involvement in that purchase is very high. When I came here, people told me passenger vehicles are an emotional. I was coming from Royal Enfield, so they said, you know, when you buy a Bullet motorcycle, it's a highly emotive purchase, but commercial vehicles are not like that. But I have learned through 1 year of consumer work, that's not the case. If you go to the smallest villages and towns in India, they decorate their truck. You know, there are sticker markets where they buy stickers to decorate. Who decorates their car with full batti and stickers? So there is a high involvement, and many fleet owners never sell the first truck with which they make a beginning, because it's basically raised them from nothing to something significant. I'm going to skip this. This was an interesting case study about how France, because of airline delays during the summer, Canal Plus was able to, you know, use that opportunity to sell their shows of different time durations. We can see that later. Last but not the least, you know, the tough parts I didn't cover. I just kept them as future gazing. But it is true that there is going to be more and more acute pressure on the responsibility for data, not only data privacy, because that, you know, in both these jobs, as I look at global markets, we know GDPR, etc., was a reality for a time across Europe and elsewhere. But what's happening now is you have to be responsible beyond the current uses of data. You have to look at the potential uses of data. And I think that's going to take a lot of intellectual energy. You have to keep learning. You can never rest on your current understanding. There is a generational divide that I saw. The younger people in the room have a responsibility to speak up, because this is not like business as usual. It's different, it's tech enabled, and it keeps changing. So I think there is a need for active dialogue. I think there is also partner to partner conversations. Somebody mentioned about walled gardens, but I find the biggest walled gardens are in vendor partners. They blink at you if you mention another case study or an example as if the other people didn't exist. But I think there's a lot of learning that needs to be brought to the table, saying, hey, these guys are doing a smart job. Why don't I do it? And why don't I in turn get my client to do that? And the last thing, which I may have given you some evidence. So I'm never afraid to be embarrassed, because in my learning, particularly when it comes to programmatic advertising or digital media per se, if you're not willing to be embarrassed, you are guaranteed to be embarrassed. This is a truth of life. So keep asking, and in that moment, you may seem dumb, but hopefully as time goes by, you'll look intelligent. So with that, I'll close. And if there are any questions, I can take that now. Thank you. No questions. I'm good. Thank you.
So on that note, Mr. Singh, we just request you to please stay around. If I could have Nachket Diole, the head of sales of Double Verify, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What a fabulous session it has turned out to be. And thank you once again. And I think with the kind of information and knowledge he's given us, let's give him a resounding round of applause. You know, I'm sure after his session, there'll be a lot of fans of his, and I could see a lot of smiles, and I'm sure you're looking forward to interact with him further. But we need to continue because there's a spotlight session, ladies and gentlemen, and the spotlight is where? Right on the stage, right? So it is time for me to now call upon for our next session, building a future-proof digital strategy, which I believe is again a very important and integral topic. Let's have the India strategy lead of Bobble AI, Ankit Anand. Let's give Mr. Anand a big, big round of applause. Thanks, Ankit. Thanks for joining. That's sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. So Mr. Singh, the way he conducted the session, it's a big shoe to fill, but I'll try my best. But again, not afraid to be embarrassed. So feel free to point out if anything goes wrong, right? So the topic I'm here to talk about is building a future-proof digital strategy. By the way of quick introduction, my name is Ankit Anand. I take care of central strategy at Bobble AI. We are a conversation media platform. And through the course of this conversation, we will see what a conversation media platform is, right? I don't think it's working. Yeah. So if we talk about Bobble AI, right? What we are doing here is we are building a conversation media platform. Now our mission is to make expressions, the smartphone conversations that happen, we try to make it expressive, localized, and intelligent with deep tech innovation. Now, what I mean to say by that is that we have a smartphone keyboard at the core of our offering. Right? A smartphone keyboard is integral to all your smartphone experiences, whether you're ordering food on Zomato or you are booking a cab, you're doing it on your smartphone. So that experience is what we aim at elevating through various solutions that we have. And through the course of this presentation, we will see what all those innovations are. Right? Now, today, through different panels and conversations, we have already seen that future readiness is important, right? Two things that have been talked about again and again since morning is the fact that cookies are going away, right? Third-party cookies are obviously going away. So marketers need to think of what alternate technologies they can use in order to achieve the same ROI that they used to have before, right? And the second fact is that customer privacy has come into picture. We are already aware of what Apple has done. Google is also on its way to do it. So it makes all the more important for marketers to debate on this, that what next, right? And if we think about future readiness, there are four key things that come to play. One is, of course, data strategy. I mean, just the last session was about programmatic, right? Where we spoke about how we can use the first-party data in order to run a successful programmatic ad strategy, right? So data strategy, of course, sits at the center of it. Now, when we have the right data, when we have identified the customer, next thing is activating these through the right channels, right? Where exactly are these customers spending time? Where are they likely to engage with the most? What media formats are they likely to engage with? These are some questions we need to answer as we look through this journey. And of course, when we have the good data, we are using that data to activate customers. The next thing that's important is what kind of content are we engaging them with, right? And similarly, just acquiring a customer is not important. Once they have come to the fold, what all do we do in order to ensure that they remain engaged to the platform? Because I think everybody of us knows that it's always better to keep a repeat customer than acquire a new one. Obviously, simple maths, CAC, right? CAC is lower for a repeat customer. So that's why creating engagement tactics that keeps a customer engaged who has come to your platform is also very important. So let's start with data strategy first. Cookies, of course, going away, we already spoke about it, which calls the need for marketers to look at alternate strategies, right? And mobile IDs obviously come into picture, right? And the reason for that is that mobile IDs are, of course, going beyond your session, right? Whether you're using application A or B, your mobile ID is able to track it. Mobile ID belongs to a real user who is using a smartphone, who has downloaded an application from the Play Store, who is registered on the Play Store, right? It's cross-device. Based on the actions you take on your smartphone, a marketer is able to target you on, let's say, your tablet or maybe outdoors. So that's the power of mobile ID, something that a cookie was not able to give us earlier. So that's why mobile ID could be a perfect substitute. We strongly believe that. And that gives us a segue into why keyboard is also important. And yes, that links with our product also, which is a keyboard. Now, when we think about a keyboard, we talked that it's integral to someone's smartphone experience. Everything that they do in their smartphones, keyboard sits at the center of it. And if you look at the stats, you will realize that more than 100 times everybody is engaging with a keyboard. And the beauty of a keyboard is, and this is a very important point, that keyboard is the OS level application. Which all applications you're using, what's your session time there, what all inputs you have entered while you're using the keyboard in a specific application, all those data pointers are available. So you create a CDP, something that we did, and within the CDP, you have very rich customer insights available, which you can slice and dice according to your targeting and targeting objective, etc., right? So that's the power of a keyboard. And yes, that's just a glimpse into how powerful a keyboard is. And if you see that on a daily basis, this is the volume of intents that we are able to generate over 80 million users. So if we just talk about shopping, 40 million times, more than that, every day, users are doing something that is related to shopping. They might be saying that, sale chal raha hai, or they might be looking at big basket application, or they might be, booking a cab at Uber. So all those are intents which are relevant to shopping. Right? And that's why these are intents that could also help a marketer, right? So if you see on the right, you are chatting with somebody, you are searching something, you are going into the browser and, doing a search query, everything is happening through a keyboard. And that's how impactful it's going to be in your marketing strategy. And yes, every input collects multiple intents. And let me take an example to illustrate it. For example, if I am chatting to a friend where I say that, I'm booking an Uber. So here two intents are essentially displayed. One intent is to commute. Second intent is to book an application like Uber. Now, each of these intents essentially lead to a decision, and every decision leads to a transaction, something that every marketer intends to have. So let's say if you have data about your competition, if you have data about your own customers, then you can use that data to mix it with your first party database and then create a strategy that can help you in a even better manner. And yes, the best part here, it's a first party database, right? The insights that we collect from that data, it comes from the consented data that users have given to us, which means that, it can just plug into your strategy and then make it very seamless. And this data can be used for, again, multiple applications, market intelligence, right? So if we think about market intelligence, if we understand what's the trend of our customers, what's the trend in our market, right? Then on the basis of that, you will be able to take a strategic level decision in terms of what products to launch, what markets to go next. Similarly, you also get an insight into what are users doing in your competition apps. For example, for an Amazon, what are users doing on Amazon app? What are they doing on a big basket app? What are they doing on, let's say, a Flipkart app? All such information pieces are available through the market intelligence offering, so to say. And all that can help you make a lot of top levels choices in terms of your marketing strategy. Then we have data enrichment, right? We spoke about first party data, that there are some data points that are already available with every brand marketer out there, right? Now, how do you stitch it with more data that you can gather from more first party data sources? That's what the data enrichment offering is about. Then we have identity resolutions. Again, how do you create the full persona of a user based on different kinds of non-PII information? So that's what identity resolution is about. So with the help of market intelligence, data enrichment, and identity resolution, you are able to make a lot of choices that could define the chart that your company is going through. And predictive audience is something we are already aware of, where we spoke about once we have identified the data, once we have decided our strategy, then what next? What's important is to activate these customers, right? And then we do it through the programmatic ad platforms. And of course, I will not take much time there because already a lot of people have gone into the depth of it. But yes, if we talk about programmatic ads, then it helps us slice and dice data on various parameters like intent, your app usage, and the products a user is interested in. So you, as a marketer, you can go to a platform, you can tell them that, my user, the target, the TG looks like, these guys are, let's say, booking Uber twice in a month. These guys are shopping, let's say, 3 times a week. These guys are searching all these terms. We create a segment of audience and then license it to you so that you can run programmatic ads through a DSP of your choice. It's that seamless, right? And of course, on the left, if you see, on through the keyboard, all those things are happening. Users are searching within the app, within the browser. Then you have all the data of app session time spent, which is of course useful to you as a marketer. And demographic parameters, location, these things are of course hygiene. And now we have geofencing, et cetera, to ensure that this data is even more pointed. Now, of course, we spoke about the power of data. Next, very important thing is also creating a content that users can immediately resonate with, right? And that's where, if we think about what major content formats do we have, then your rich media formats like emoticons, your stickers also become very important, right? We all know, I mean, this is something we already know, that how much we chat with each other, right? Every day we are opening keyboard more than 100 times a day. We are chatting with at least 15, 20 people. Just imagine how many intents you are expressing then, right? मुझे shopping करनी है, चल नायका से ये खरीद लेते हैं. A lot of things you are saying. Now just imagine that when a user says that, right then and there, you are suggested a branded content, right? Now, it might seem very trivial that it's just a mere sticker. What's the value add, right? The value add is that WhatsApp or any chat platform as an ecosystem was never open to marketeers. And with the help of keyboard, you are actually able to enter into that medium also, right? So, and the beauty of a keyboard being the delivery platform is that it has a contextual AI technology. So for example, if you're saying that, you know, main raste mein hu, I'm on my way. So at that exact moment, since you wrote on my way, the keyboard understands your intent to commute. It suggests you, let's say, an Uber service suggestion. It suggests you an Uber content. It suggests you, let's say, an AirAsia content, which you can share. Now, of course, service and product suggestion is there, which you can enable commerce from. On the other side, you also have your rich media formats like stickers, which help you convey the same information in an interesting manner. In the morning, one of the panel discussions about commerce media, Varda was talking about, you know, every new brand at least needs to create 5 to 6 impressions in order to create that impact on the mind. Now think about this media format, right? It certainly puts your content and brand out there in the subconscious of the user, so that next time they see something else related to your brand, automatically they connect. Ki, haan yaar, isko to pehle dekha tha, right? So that's the power of a rich media format like this. And the fact that it's suggested to the user on the basis of context and their intent makes it even more relevant. And memes, again, are also very important because that's the language of Gen Z and millennials, right? And something that anybody instantly relates with. Like the best meme I like is the Daya one, right? I mean, when the door is secured, so that's how Daya is going to react, right? So immediately you look at it and it's funny. And it's very powerful when it comes to controlling brand perception, right? I mean, you amplify a message that resonates with your brand in a meme and put it out there. Immediately people see it, they relate it with something they already know, right? So I knew Daya and CID, so I immediately related with the Godrej meme, for example, right? And immediately there is an instant connect in my mind. I'll go and speak to 10 other people that, you know, maine ye dekha tha, this was so much fun, right? So that's the power we are talking about, that in terms of controlling brand perception, while your entire data strategy is going on, is also very important. Now, of course, we spoke about an acquired customer, engaging them, right? So if we think about that, just think about modern chatbot experience. It's very plain vanilla, right? It's mostly text. You say that, you know, where is my order? Then you get a very long order number, and then it says that it will take 5 days. Just imagine if you can humanize it, right? And there is a sample that we have given that, let's say, if you are inquiring about where is my order, then, you know, there is a rich media format that is sent to you. So of course you relate better with it. Your engagement with the platform is even better. So that's the last bit of what, you know, we wanted to speak about. So these are some brands we have worked with in the past. And just to sum it up, what we need for the next generation, because third-party cookies are going away, is a holistic strategy where you focus on the full funnel. So you start with building a powerful strategy around data, wherein you are building your first-party databases, targeting the right customers on the right platforms. You're also focusing on building the top of the funnel. And at the same time, the customers that you acquire, you're also engaging them. So that would be all. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a big, big round of applause. Ankit, we just requested to step in the center. If I could have Merlin Coutinho, Head Marketing and Brand Solutions, Lemma, to kindly join us. Do we have Merlin inside? I believe Merlin's not inside. Shall I just go ahead and, yeah? If in case she joins, do we have Merlin Coutinho? All right, not. Ankit, would it be fine if I join you? With Bobble AI having so many brands under the kitty, ladies and gentlemen, great news. We're going to be now breaking in for a lunch break. Now, let me tell you, Mumbai offers some great views and, of course, the wonderful sunshine. The lunch is laid out right there outside, wherein you can bask under the sunshine, the glory, and join us back in the next few minutes, of course, with some great panel discussions coming up. So just on my right, if you can all step out, we'll have a great lunch together and let's resume back. I hope you all are having a great time at the Programmatic Summit. Keep hashtagging and we'll see you back shortly. Thank you. Requesting all of you to please head towards the right. Thank you. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly join us back inside as we're about to begin. Thank you. Check. Check. All right, ladies and gentlemen, well, I know the conversations will continue. May I get the doors being shut right now so that we can begin? Thank you. Could I get the doors closed? Thank you. Well, trying to bring in more decorum in the room so we can, of course, give a lot of importance and the right respect to all those who are going to be joining us. So if you have still some conversations on, we request you to step out for the time being. If not, please be a little silent. I know there's a lot more conversations to do, but we'll just get the doors shut now. Thank you. So a big part of being a communicator is ensuring that I give the right respect and importance to whoever's joining us next. And I think being lovely audience yourself, you all would relate to the same. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly, welcome back. It's great to have you. It's been a great day of knowledge, and let's continue to learn from the best in the industry. Before we move ahead, I'd like to acknowledge the co-powered by partner Sybit's AI-powered ad decisioning for digital marketing. And to know better about them, let's have a quick look at their AV.
Digital advertising has changed. Increased regulation around consumer privacy means that traditional ways to target and measure digital ad campaigns have fallen out of favor, and there's no going back. Media buyers have evolved and expect their ad spending on the open web to deliver results on the metrics they really care about. That's where we come in. Sybit is the AI-powered decisioning company for digital marketing. Our artificial intelligence technology builds custom algorithms for media buying, executed in the demand-side platforms of your choice. Our tailored algorithms activate media planning and media buying inputs to optimize programmatic bidding decisions. Our AI also ingests measurement feedback to continuously improve the algorithm and boost brand and performance outcomes. Sybit is independent. We don't own inventory or partner with publishers. Our buying decisions are taken solely in the interests of the media buyer. Our technology is platform agnostic, requires minimal setup, and integrates with your existing DSPs, meaning traders don't need to learn a new system. Our algorithms have delivered uplifts of 30 to 70% on customer KPIs. Sybit's AI is privacy compliant and future-proof. Our technology requires no direct consumer interaction. We don't need cross-site tracking or user profiling to base decisions on. Instead, we use freely available metadata from bid requests, containing no user-level information to create our advanced optimization models. Sybid's AI closes the gap in your decisioning loop. Until now, media buyers have been limited in their campaign optimization to metrics measured in buying platforms. This means that bidding decisions are optimized against basic KPIs that don't always correlate to the business outcomes the advertiser needs. Sybid changes that by leveraging your unique data assets and measurement systems to deliver the results you really care about. It's time to get more from your media buying. Contact Sybid today.
So ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we have a very engaging panel discussion on the other side right now, which is talking about debate for and against the death of cookies, a threat to programmatic. Well, since the mid-1990s, advertisers have been using the third-party cookie as a means of establishing and tracking consumer behavior across a range of activities on the internet. In the digital terms, the technique is therefore very mature and arguably old enough to be phased out in favor of something newer and better. The recent developments are conspiring to take this decision out of a marketeer's hand, and moves by Google to curtail their usage and the company's commitment to blocking them from its market-leading Chrome browser in line with similar attempts by other browser manufacturers are bringing about the forced retirement of the third-party cookie. Advertisers, of course, are already mourning its death and wondering what the future will hold as old marketing practices no longer become viable. Well, with the stage being all set, and I think it's time for me to call upon our eminent panelists one by one, and I'm sure they'll have a much richer point of view on this topic. Let's get first up the digital marketing lead, Glenmark Consumer Care, Anshuman Gogoi. Let's give Anshuman a big round of applause. Hi, Anshuman. If I could now have the VP Global Marketing Operations Truecaller, Ketan Bharati, to kindly join us. Let's give Ketan a big, big round of applause. Thank you, Ketan. If I could now have the Managing Director, Digital Business, JM Financial, Gagan Singla, to kindly join us. All the panelists having a key eye where to sit. If I could now have the Asia Head of Digital Performance Marketing, OLX Autos, Puneet Chahar, to kindly join us. I have the opportunity of reintroducing the Head of Sales India at Double Verify, Nachiket Diole. Nachiket, love to have you on the stage. And yes, no, that's okay. I think the seating is perfect. We'll now call upon programmatic industry expert, Mr. Bharat Arora, being the session chair. Let's give Mr. Arora a big round of applause. Mr. Arora, that's quite a walk for you. All right. With that, of course, being said, the time started. Let's get you on. Thank you.
Insight discussion with the three panelists, and these are like a mix group. I'm sure we'll have a lot of insights coming from there. From this note, I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Bharat, and I will make sure that I'll keep this group alive because you're welcome back from the lunch. I hope you had good lunch. And I'm sure it is a responsibility for a key or panelists to make us very engaging and informative about this topic. I think I already have my notes ready with myself so that I can note it down, go back with a lot of inputs. With this topic, I think maybe, as I think she already introduced, that since 1994, possibly we are using cookies, right? It has evolved in different directions. from being only a recording as a publisher and web session. Now it is evolved into a tool, like a great tool for us to targeting, retargeting, measure, or attribute. Correct? All these things are being revolved around these. I think, but whenever we were doing evaluating or evolving this cookie as a mechanism in the digital ecosystem, we somewhere compromise towards our consumer as a privacy, right? We as a user, we as a consumer, we somewhere compromise. So let's hear from our panelists, especially after mega news coming into the picture. It says that cookies getting depleted, things are changing. Finally, Google is making it happen. Let's learn from our panelists, saying what exactly they can have to share, because we have so many question marks. I think let's start with a very straightforward question to ask Puneet first. What is it you see a future of digital or programmatic without cookie? What is it like a cookieless future for us?
Okay, so let me take a step back, and you gave the reference of 1994. Let me start from there, how the world of advertising has evolved. And it is not, like this change is happening for the first time. In 1994, two things happened. One, the world saw, its first ever online banner ad from AT&T. Another thing, in the same year, there was an engineer called Moy. He invented cookie with keeping the thing in mind that, hey, if I can track and store the user activities, I can give a better user experience. So remember, it all started from giving better user experience. But in the next year, 1995, DoubleClick got founded. And those engineers thought, hey, I can take advantage of this cookie thing. I can serve ads throughout the internet. Then DoubleClick grew, and in around 2008, Google bought DoubleClick. And it became sort of mainstream. The programmatic became mainstream. In 2016, GDPR came, CCPA also came around that time. Now in 2020, Google announced that, hey, now we are deprecating the third-party cookies. Now we are discussing it. So it is the mainstream topic. But if you see the life of marketeers changed in 1994, because before that there was no digital marketing. I'm coming, from Delhi, and relatively Bombay is a bit hot. But let me tell you, friends, the winter is coming. And it will be a cookie-less winter. How to prepare for that? See, it is not like the entire world will stop. It is just third-party cookie, that is going to stop. But how it is going to affect you as digital marketer? If we look, if you look into, your own, advertising accounts, around 70 to 80% of remarketing runs on third-party cookies. And next year, there will be no third-party cookie, starting next year. So better prepare for it. You still have the first-party data. So prepare to collect and grow your first-party data. But there is a but. Recently, if you have read, the 25-page long, the DPDP bill, to collect your first-party data, you need consent. So how the future will look like? If I need to sum it up in one sentence, consented identity is going to be the currency of the future. So if you need to collect something, collect this currency.
Thank you so much. I think with this, I saw a lot of people are investing towards something called consent management platforms, which is like a new jargon for us, all of us. But I think it's very important to balance as a consumer PPC. I think that's important. I think you're talking about the first party data towards. I think I would like to ask you, Ketan. Since the next big industry expert from that perspective, what do you think towards how industry should cope up with this? Is there any specific strategy as a marketer or as a person in digital industry which you would like to understand or give more your perspective towards how to take care of the first party? Is there any specific strategy? Is there any specific thing you need to invest on? What is it? Throw us more light towards it.
first of all, thanks for Access for inviting. It's a pleasure to talk in front of this audience, so thank you so much. Thanks, Brother, for the question. And I think it's good to see that we started with Wikipedia of cooking. So it's good, yeah, Meta is definitely coming. Okay, I think the point what I want to stress first is on the first party data, because that is what we have in our hands. The more we deep dive into it, I think that's a gold mine which probably we have not explored or sort of unearthed, because we are depending on third party data, right? So I think that is where we need to go deeper and let's look at some of the brands. Let's look at probably Amazon or Netflix. Amazon knows that whenever you go to add something on the cart, based on the first party data, you already have some brands, where it will nudge you to say that, okay, I have this also as well. So they are also investing a lot of time in first party data, and coming, I think, from a Truecaller perspective. We recently launched a campaign, in tier 2 and tier 3 markets. And what we try to do is that look at deep dive into our internal cohorts, because we have around close to 350 million users, right? And see what are the kind of results you get at the top funnel and also at the bottom of the funnel, right? Surprisingly, with this, what we have seen is that we've got good engagement rates and good click-through rates, so again, analyzing the first party data. So let's not forget that it's a gold mine of data, and we need to sort of get deeper into it. And ultimately, it's necessity is the mother of invention, right? If you don't have it, you have to rely on them, and you have to dig deeper. Yeah.
I think that's a good perspective, Ketan. Thank you for sharing, especially from Truecaller perspective, where you're of course launching certain campaigns on this. So Nachiket, I think I'd like to understand from you, since you're a technology guy, right? How technology is enabling us right now to overcome this cookie deprecation. We know that it's going away, but what is it that, from a technology perspective, technology side, that you are viewing? How can we enable it more?
Sure. The winter is coming, I think tech is also. And guys, when I relate to the trending topics when the kids are talking about it, right? Those topics are there. I was talking to a doctor, she's 10, right? We were having a conversation, she was browsing, and she saw that accept cookies and reject cookies buttons, and she started talking about it. She asked, those were not party. So, what is this, right?
We watch Bollywood movies, so.
I started explaining that cookies are like this, and they expect you to say yes, so that they can start following you and why would I share it? Why would I give it? Right? Right? So she's like, I don't want to do it. And that's what right? These kids, 9 years, 10 years old kids, they understand that it's a privacy. They don't want to share their behavior. And it's intrinsic, right? They have not thought about it. I'm sure she might have read anything about it, but it's intrinsic, right? And that's where the future is, right? The privacy is real, while you and me might ignore it, but the next generation is not going to ignore it. They are not going to give out their details easily to anybody out there. Whatever incentives you throw out to them, they don't care about it, right? So that's the reality. Let's face that. So it's coming and it's very hard. Coming to the tech, I'm just but yeah, I think before we talk about tech, first thing is to assess your current scope and current marketing, current executions, right? How much are you really reliant on third-party cookies, right? As a company, as an organization, are you really reliant? Some may not be, some may be, right? It depends on what is the business that you are in, right? And then you need to start thinking about the cookie strategy, right? It's not like cookies don't go overnight and you never forget about it, right? You know it. The challenge is when are you going to act upon it, right? And you need to act upon it now. And it's going to take, it's a journey, it's not going to happen overnight. So a lot of thinking needs to go into it. How much of first party reliance that I have? What are the data segments that I'm targeting? What those data segments are reliant on cookies or they're not reliant on cookies? Are there tech options available which I can feed into my tech stack, which takes care of GDPR, which takes care of user interest, user privacy, and can I use those data points, use those companies to start building my tech stacks and feeding their data out. I was just discussing this is now coming to the full circle. All of us will remember early days of digital planning, buying, execution, selling. We started with what? This is the vertical I am in. I am tracking the client, and I want to be seen in the travel content, right? That's how the planning used to happen. Slowly and steadily, we're getting back to it. We're calling it contextual now, right? But it's no longer just a travel client and the travel content, right? The content is going to change. The behavior is going to change. There are multiple simultaneous activities that your consumer is doing. So how you're reaching your end consumer contextually, how you're choosing those tools which are giving you right signals, right context, how ontology, how semantic science is getting into place. Those technologies are going to help you form your next steps on the marketing side, the teaching, right, or environment. This is very basic. You move slightly advanced on that. We're all talking about attention now, right? So going beyond your CTRs, VTRs, views, etc. All your consumers are being thrown thousands of ads on a daily basis, right? And grabbing attention is now absolutely impossible. So how do I measure attention of my communication? How do I optimize on attention and not listening to the attention of my So it is going to help answer all these questions. I hope it should solve that everybody is like worried about.
Well said, Mr. Gill. I think you are bang on saying it is there, technology is there to support us. I'm sure some innovation will happen towards it. And I'm sure as a marketer, all of us, you're a coffee shop, or you are a technology company, or you're an advisor, I'm sure everybody will deep down, make sure, look at what you said, go over it, build it, make sure we go to the inside. I think that's very insightful. Thank you for sharing this. I think this pointer, you're also talking about the example of your daughter where you mentioned about. Now I understand from coming to that understand from you, since now everybody, like Jagar is talking about privacy, etc. But now everybody in the forum that I've heard, I'm practicing in last question also, people are talking about personalization. That you need to talk to your customer one-on-one. It is very important to understand the customer and do some kind of communication which establishes relationship and stickiness to your customer. Now, what is your thing from that perspective? How you would like to, or what do you think, how do you balance between the privacy of your consumer and also look at your targeting opportunities? Do you think it is something that more difficult now, or where is the balance going towards? Do you think personalization should not happen only on your customer, outside customer? How? Would like to understand your perspective.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. So I have a little expertise beyond before you answer that question. So I don't believe in telescope. So I disagree. I think third-party cookie has been an easy way out. Right? That's why people have actually not innovated enough. Right? In my view, the amount of innovation we see now, like if you look at solutions like UIDs or device IDs or learning of cohorts. Right? So actually the real things are coming now. Very similar to during COVID time, the innovation on the video channel, all the video conferencing tools was so high, right? So as I said, this is one of the dimension. Yeah. So in my view, significant innovation will happen now, which actually somewhere all the good marketers are waiting for. And using third-party cookies in my eyes has significantly diminished. So maybe I am not a regular marketer, but I've seen it diminishing significantly in the last 3 to 4 years, maybe 5 years. It's pretty high earlier. So that way, I would believe that we are actually going into a very golden age where a lot of these issues will go away and we will have really innovative solutions. And the way things have been happening in the last 2 years since the announcements came of cookieless world, it has been delayed, but a lot of innovation. In terms of privacy, I guess I don't think there is a balance, to be honest, because even today, wherever there is privacy to be respected, is being respected.
करने को नहीं करेगा. People who don't respect privacy will do all sorts of things. Will do. So in my view, it's a matter of continuous. There's no balancing. People who are balancing today also. We have always personalization is critical. So personalization innovation has happened a lot. First party personalization really works. If you are able to look at if you build your CDP well, CDP like technology well, then and the third party cookies will go away, will convert into mostly cohort type targeting. And cohort type targeting has been there since 6-7 years in some ways or the other. Not to just become more public. So that way, I think we will actually get into a very golden age. Right? We get out of that targeting we used to dislike now and all that is gone away. So cohort-based targeting, need-based targeting, behavioral targeting, all of that will come in. On top of that, we will have personalization of the first party, which you can actually, the kind of technology can be now can be personalized on the fly. Personalized on the fly is not that straightforward when we're not in a multi-product business. So that's something that will happen a lot. And people who have to value privacy do that. People who do not have never done that, and in the future also they find a way. So in my view, balancing is about the intent and not about technology. And whatever you do, technology will always have both sides. There will always be ethical hackers and unethical hackers. Right? So that's my view. Maybe a little accountant, but that's
I think you have ignited the debate. I think we were actually not doing debate, but I do a lot of stuff, as you said, from my perspective. That's my opinion, because I think consent from every user who is browsing the internet is mandatory. It's important. You as a marketer, I would love if you do anything which is not without consent. If you look at global scenario, as an Indian also, I think we should respect more. I'm not saying we're not, but I think we should respect more. But I think that's the thing. You're talking about CPs, but you're saying that I will not respect that consent. I think these are two different areas you spoke about. I think that's interesting. That's what we are debating right now. And the second point is, while we are exploring towards using of more cookies, I think dependency on third-party cookies have gone to next level. Instead of you saying it is low level, in my perspective, of course. And of course, I will take other opinions. So because now with measurement tools coming up in the market, the kind of attribution we never did it before, because of thanks to third-party cookies that always enabled us to get more information we never had before. But I think with this note, since I'm not the speaker, I'm only the moderator, I will make sure I will not enter the debate. I will be outside, and I'd love to hear from Anshuman. What is your opinion towards you as a marketer? What is your strategy to do audience targeting now in this mix where you only have first party, you can't use third party? You want to change it? Is it the same? Give your strategy towards as an insight that we should more access.
That's a nice question, Bharat, I would say. If I put it across, this is my perspective. Coming in of first party cookies on more priority and third party cookies going out, I don't see much of a change when it comes to top funnel media that we are doing. Top funnel media, there were affinity in markets in place. Now Flock is coming into picture, which is almost in the same lines, right? So my top funnel media is not going to impact. But if I look at from the bottom funnel perspective, definitely there will be some challenges which we'll have to cater to, right? We'll have to focus more on first party data, so which I feel I representing a CPG industry is something where we need to look at, how can we build a CDP in-house? Can we focus more on first party to reach out to our users? So that's what we'll have to think through. Second point, which I also would want to cover, is from coming back to that same circle, right? Contextual targeting. Now, obviously, we will be doing it, but how deeper we can go onto contextual targeting, that will be another game changer that we can look at. Simple example from my standpoint is APIs, right? For example, can you use, to make it more contextually relevant, can you use some API integration, for example, a weather, right? And make it more relevant for the customer in terms of personalization. That is something which we need to look at. Lastly, I also, not from marketing standpoint, but in general, one thing that I was reading, there was also a question about ad fraud, right? People were saying, because third-party cookies are going out, the environment will be more ad safe. But I don't see it as a challenge also, because third-party cookies the tracking for ad fraud standpoint, it's again bots, right? Same problem will still here. So overall, from marketing standpoint, I don't see much of a challenge or a disruption happening. Lastly, attribution is one thing that will obviously, I feel, will have challenge because you will not be able to track the users across the overall ecosystem. So there will be some impacts, which I think we also as marketers need to figure out how it will happen with technologies coming into place.
Internally, you're trying to brainstorm towards how to invest, where to invest first party, and how to. I think maybe we supported you. I can see that too. I think before we end, I would like to understand from all of you, maybe anybody of you can pick it up. I'd like to understand what are the main pain points that you see a world without cookies, cookieless, of course. Now, third-party where establishment is only third parties. Any specific pain points that anybody of you would like to highlight? Like to share with the group saying this is what pain point for me, this is what I need to know, I'm pretty good. Like
one thing I feel that one problem which may emerge, right? There can be certain powerhouses like the big tech can become more powerful in some ways because what happens is that some solutions like universal IDs may have some controls somewhere. I'm not very technical.
Sorry, help me understand.
Yeah. So for example, if you use universal IDs and all, right? So right now, when you do a third party booking, you have a lot of options, right? But then there will be certain amount of UIDs kind of a setup. You can correct me if I'm wrong. So then what will start happening is that there will be some control system which will come, which is I am trying to read and understand. Which I believe there is some amount of risk there, right? You will have actually more muscle power somewhere, which is not good, right? More democratic is better. So that I am still trying to learn, but that is not possibility I sometimes feel.
So can we say that I think the key to for this is maybe we do more experiments and see whatever we are getting through us from technology side working for us or not. I mean, I think that's a great point. Thank you. Anybody would like to pitch again? Yes.
It's not great one, but accepting that this is happening and getting into action, right? Because it's been discussed forever, but someday it will happen. When do we take action and just to add on to it, right? Test, learn, optimize, right? And it's no longer A/B testing. You need to be on beta mode continuous, right? Because nobody has an answer.
Plus one to this.
Yeah. So you need to learn. You need to test a lot. You need to learn a lot, and then you have to identify what suits to the best. Absolutely. It's not a very difficult exercise.
Says that look inwards. Data, all like and business, doing variation. Yeah, no, it's not for stars. But I think look inwards, and that is where it is. Look at your CRM data also. So your proprietary tools, those are also gold mine of information. That's what it is. And it's going to happen eventually. But I would like to understand from you, Ketan, what is exactly any specific challenges that you feel? The challenge is attribution. That's the biggest challenge which I feel will happen. Because we take care of top of the funnel, I feel that. It's the bottom which is going to take a lot of challenge. And that is where I feel you need to dig deeper into the data what you have. So there's one area right now we identify as a gap where you can innovate is attribution. Yeah. Okay. That's one takeaway I think great okay for any enterprise. I think when people are sitting here is something which is a pain point for marketer. Anshuman, you would like to.
I feel for media buying, I feel rate disruption will come to some extent. Yeah, because there will be market leaders and there will be, I feel, lot many players will also be kind of phasing out. So there will be monopoly players who can, where they can somehow make a impact on the media buying rates that we do. So that is something which I am worried about. Yeah. Yeah.
Isn't it talking about maybe technology innovation companies coming
Yes.
possibly
Yes. 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 Because obviously the publishers or the platforms will be investing in all these technologies, right? They will be trying to collect a lot of data, and that will have an impact on the kind of CPMs that will buy. They will try to put an additional layer, which will impact me as an advertiser will impact on my pocket, which I see.
I never thought of looking from buying perspective. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, that's supposed to be noted on this. I think we'll end up with, in case we would like to do stuff maybe.
Okay. So one point, about the big tech. So let me add to that. Heavy हो रहा है क्या? Let me lighten the mood. So there is a line from one of the ghazals I really like. I'm not going to take the name, but you know which big tech it is. मेरा कातिल ही मेरा मुंसिफ है, न जाने कौन जाने क्या सजा देगा. So कातिल means like a killer and munsif means judge, and it is the same person. So yes, the big tech will become bigger, mightier, stronger. Now let me be the the devil's advocate. I'm not going to scare you, but like I mentioned earlier, first thing that we need to do is invest in good CDP. Start collecting first party data. That is one. Second, the bill is coming, the DP. You need to collect data with consent. Now, what is consent? How to do that? If you have seen the movie Gangs of Wasipur, where lakeside the hero puts hand on heroine's over heroine's hand, and heroine says, "What are you doing?" And she says, "Sorry." She says, "You should take permission." I'm not saying no, but you should take permission. So when you collect first party data, take permission. And with that, there was another movie. No means no. The user has the right to take back the consent. And once the user does that, no means no. You cannot show the ad anymore. So that is second. And the third thing, more discussion maybe on the third topic later on. That is going to change the life of digital marketer more than the third party cookie will change, and that is AI. If you have experienced the chat PGT, GPT, what is it? Yeah, that. I had the first hand experience of that. It gives you sort of a peek into the future, because you can interact, any person can interact with that AI. Whatever most of digital marketers we are doing today, most of that work can be done by AI. So third point is look into that, the AI world, and think how can you take advantage of that and make AI work for you. Otherwise, AI will take your work. May the God with you be with you. Thank you.
I think I want to conclude this as a moderator, but I think thank you for the great job. You have taken my side also. I think before I was entering to this forum, I see a lot of people saying cookies is dying, this is a world without cookieless. I don't know what we'll do, what will happen, we have to do investment. But I think after this discussion, and I'm saying very frankly, I never thought that marketing saying this, I just have to invest in first party data. That is more important. I need to look at what I'm doing, investment towards what I'm doing in terms of personalization. I think it's like an eye-opening for me, frankly. And I'm sure from a technology companies or people who are sitting here, it's a good advantage for all of you, or a gap for all of you to innovate something there so that we can support the marketer. But I still say the concept is very important. Let's have much more balancing between how we do talk to our customers one-on-one and how we are able to take a consent also, and make sure the future generation which is coming, what Nachiket said, it's very, very important to respect that. And they are more aware, they're more evolved, and then they can use more digital than us. So it is very, very important for us as this generation to do something which is much more meaningful, with the best balancing between how do we able to take our stride towards the businesses, use our targeting, etc. But respect the future is doing. I think they can kill a lot of stuff that we do. I think that is what look at the case and then innovate something. That's usually no, that's my sabbatical talking. It's okay, but I think. But thank you all of you. I think it's been a wonderful panelist. Thank you so much for your time. It's very insightful talks. And thank you all of you for bearing all of us. I think it was a great discussion. Thank you.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, with so many of you in the room, it requires a bigger round of applause for our entire panel. Come on. Thank you so much, Bharat, for curating it so excellently with the entire leadership on the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have Himanshu Nagrecha, the Vice President India and South Asia of Traffic Guard, to kindly join us and help us in felicitating all our eminent panelists. May we request all of you to please stand up so that we can greet Mr. Himanshu. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Himanshu a big round of applause. Thank you, Himanshu, for joining us. Just with how they're standing, yeah? Thank you. And Himanshu, if you can just pose for the camera as well. They're just looking forward for some good photos, yeah? I know the to-dos when you come on the stage. Pose for the camera as well. Thank you. And if I can have the entire panel. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big round of applause. So many excellent sharings. And yes, Himanshu, we want you right in the center. I mean, I think the stage is going to get smaller for them now. So, ladies and gentlemen, the hashtag E4M's Access Programmatic Summit moment right there. I hope you all are tweeting. I've been saying about it, and I wish to see some tweets coming in on the hashtag. Once again, a big thank you to all our panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving ahead to the next one. From the panel discussion, of course, we're going to give some time to our staff to get the tables removed. Meanwhile, could we have any AV? Could we have an AV played for the time being? So meanwhile, by show of hands, how many of you could get introduced to maybe 5 new people today? 5 new, or is it the same crowd hanging out together? 2 new people. Is it too much of an ask? Did you not network with anyone today? How many of you at least networked with one person? Only the gentleman in the blue? And maybe some of them. What about the others? Can I have your hands up? One. Yeah? At least one more person. If not, hello, my name is Bhavna Bhatia. Great to meet you all. Yeah? One add-on. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, programmatic summit, come on. Like. Let's get more knowledge, but also network with one another. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, on that note, we're sort of falling in short of time, and I'm just waiting for the team to clear up quickly on this. Let's divulge into a chat room. Now we have a fireside chat on digital marketing in today's time for a brand, the evolution of e-commerce for the brand riders and the trends of 2023. Well, with over 160 million people using social media on a regular basis, which includes all of you sitting out here, so you're adding on to the 160 million people, digital marketing definitely has come up the best way of marketing. It is essentially reaching out to people over the internet or any other form of electronic media in order to promote products. By being more affordable and, of course, characterized by the ease of access, if you all agree that digital marketing has overshadowed traditional marketing. Now, don't quote me on this. It is not my knowledge. It is all the factual sharings which I'm doing. On that note, I'm very elated that we have Samir Bavaria, the Managing Director, Riders, joined with our session chair, Kanchan Srivastava, Senior Assistant Editor of E4M, joining us. Let's give Kanchan and Samir a big round of applause. And definitely it's going to be an intriguing chat session. Kanchan, looking forward for great insights coming from Samir. Thank you, Samir, for joining us. Over to you guys.
Thank you, and we are running short of time. Thanks so much, Samir, for wonderful.
If I may request Kanchan, if I could request you and Samir, please, if you could have a memento being passed on the stage. Thank you so much for that efficient, quick discussion, because I feel sometimes it's not about just the quantity of time, but it's also the quality of content being shared. And I think they've given us a perfect example of that. Let's give them a big, big round of applause for wonderfully curating it. And Kanchan, if we'd like you to do the honors of presenting it to Sameer from the E4M side. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What a fabulous discussion this has turned out to be. And of course, pose for the camera is very important, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. God bless. So well, after that excellent chat on the evolution of course, e-commerce for the brand riders, we got to know much more about them and the trends. It is time for us to divulge into yet another amazing panel discussion. Let me tell you, there are people from Buyer Consumer Health India. We have somebody from Earnly. We've got somebody from Taboola. We've got representatives from Lemma. We've got the trade desk representative. So we've got some great brands, leaders joining us on the stage for the final panel discussion, of course, post which we're going to be having a very interesting session with the CEO of Upgrad, who's going to be joining. So a lot more is yet to happen at our second edition of the E4M Programmatic Summit. By show of hands, did anyone tweet yet? If not, did anyone do the honors of inaugurating the hashtag, and or have you just absorbed the information and been like, hey, I'm not going to share it ahead? If not, if you've still not, I get it, you all are busy. If not, later do get some time out and do it. All right, so I think the stage is all set, and let's begin. So ladies and gentlemen, now for our last panel discussion of the day, following which is going to be the co-founder of Upgrad joining us. We have on leveraging programmatic in the new omni-channel digital landscape. How can we better optimize and integrate the digital media strategy, keeping programmatic high priority with the goal to scale the ROI for brands on their media investments in the new multi-channel digital advertising landscape? Well, with this, let's find out, and I hope my panelists are in the room. It is time for me to first of all call upon Ritu Mittal, Head Marketing and Digital Buyer Consumer Health India. Let's give Miss Mittal a big, big round of applause. Do we have? I think Ritu's going to join us shortly on that. Could we have the co-founder Earnly, Ankita Jain, to kindly join us? Ankita, I can spot you right there. Thank you so much. Ankita, you've been always so fabulous. Thank you so much for joining us yet again. Ladies and gentlemen, the co-founder of Earnly, let's give her a bigger round of applause. I don't know if Daniel is in the room. Is he around? I think the long walk is getting longer for them. All right, we're going to move from there, and I think who I can find, let me quickly call them. The Head Marketing and Brand Solutions Lemma, could we have Merlin Coutinho to kindly join us? Merlin? Ladies on time, that's great. So efficient, thank you so much on that. If I could have the session chair, lead associate trading director, the trade desk, Ranjan Mishra, to be the session chair. Could we have Mr. Mishra? Oh yes, I now can find Ritu and Daniele right there. So let me give you the official introduction again. Head Marketing and Digital Buyer Consumer Health India, Ritu Mittal. Let's give Ritu a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Ritu, for joining us. And if we could have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Regional Director, Taboola, India and Southeast Asia, Daniele Calabrese. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. Thank you so much, Daniele, for joining us. And on that note, Ranjan, over to you.
Well, thank you so much for the warm welcome and introduction. The amazing panel here and this amazing event by Change for Media. I would just like to start with something. So, programmatic summit, right? It's still evolving in India. How much would you agree with this? In India specifically, right? have we started kind of adopting it more mainstream as part of media buying process yet, or it's still kind of in process? Well, 14 years ago, when I actually 17 years ago, I should say, keep forgetting these numbers. I shouldn't be. 17 years ago, when I started my digital media journey, to be honest, it was bought, still in some shape or form, still being bought and sold like on an IO base. I want to buy a space on some website, newspaper, TV ads, and so on. Fast forward many years, programmatic took place wherein automation of buying and selling of ads. Now, is it really ads that we are buying in a programmatic space? Is it? I would say more sort of an audience that we are buying. We're looking for the audiences which are more relevant to the buyers in a real time. So not really buying blanket audiences or media. Of course, they are available. These audiences are available in media. Previously, marketers, and just because of that, the whole idea behind having this programmatic is to collect data. Marketers previously did not have that enough data to plan and work on the campaigns and the forecasting that they wanted to work. Marketers didn't have access to the data they need to plan, forecast, and place media effectively. It has now transitioned, so because of programmatic, it has now transitioned into how this media can be bought more effectively. And hence the topic of omni-channel. So how we can leverage programmatic in a new omni-channel digital system. Sorry, a bit of initial monologue. Just I wanted to set some context before we move further into this. I want to give an opportunity to each of the panelists to go ahead and kind of just share your sense on this. Maybe anyone else start?
I think, so we're talking about a few buzzwords here, right? We're talking about programmatic, we're talking about omni-channel. So what do these mean effectively, and what is changing, and what has changed already, and what is changing in the times to come? I think programmatic today, to me, programmatic is all about the ability that a marketer has today to reach out to its consumers, of the brand in a more targeted, relevant, and effective manner. There is more data that is available today than it ever was, both from when it is available and what is available. So from the times of TV and print where data would become available only in, say, a month plus or 2 months post a campaign was launched, today a marketer knows in a week how the campaign is performing on a certain platform. That's an opportunity. That's a complexity, but it's a huge opportunity because you know which asset is performing, and you have an opportunity to optimize it further, change the content, target in a different way. So that's a huge opportunity to be latched on, and the way to latch on to that opportunity is to be really on the toes, analyze the data, and keep figuring out what is working better. That is what leads to more effective campaigns because you have the ability to analyze that data so much better. The second area is that you have the ability to really identify the audience more sharply. So all the different brand funnels that we talk about in terms of the conversions from awareness to trial can be so much more effective just because you're reaching out to a more relevant audience who would be genuinely interested in your brand, in the category, in the needs that you're talking about. So you're more relevant and versus a more demographic audience which was bombarded with a certain TV advertising, no matter whether they were interested in that category. So whether somebody's buying a home or not, everybody is bombarded with a home loan ad, right? So those are not the days today. Today it is more relevant and hence the audience is more interested, and so it leads to a better conversion. The third, I think, area that we're talking about today is omni-channel. So what is omni-channel really? Is it about making sure that because my competition brand is also talking on 10 platforms, let me also be available on 10 platforms? I think it is about identifying what is the journey of your consumer. So what is the day of your consumer like? What do they do in their day? Which platforms are they interacting with? channel. It's all well understood by everyone in this room. A point from this morning's keynote session was about advanced omni-channel, and advanced omni-channel, of course, is talking about platforms like CTV, programmatic digital out of home, more addressable, non-traditional, you can say, like in terms of digital. So those are new aspects that are creeping into your omni-channel strategies, and they will maybe in the future shape up to a bigger scheme of things in the ecosystem, right? But when we talk about omni-channel, it's no longer just mobile desktop. It's also your programmatic at home, CTV, wearables, and other devices that are now part of the ecosystem and easily accessible through programmatic advertising. So that's one way of seeing it as well.
So I think I would go with that one, that I agree with Ritu, and it's all about a set of one. So we used to create these user sets and cohorts, but I think it's a set of one. Every user is unique. Every user you are talking to needs to be addressed in a very different manner, and for that matter, programmatic is what helps you in doing that. I would also say so we work a lot with influencers. So influencers getting the content generated, it using the channels of programmatic advertising is something that would make it more relevant. And that's what we do for our own brand and also for the brands that we work with, because we own both the sides. How the things are shaping up, I think just listening to the last session as well, I would really say there are new opportunities that are coming up with the advent of APIs and what all we can do with APIs. I mean, cookies are going, but APIs are there. There are UIDs that are there. So unique identifiers, there's a lot of things that are there already in programmatic to actually help us as brands and as clients to navigate our way and reach the consumer and talk to them. Yeah, I think that would be.
Three things I would like to bring to the attention of the audience, and I'm going to use words, but defining some of the categories that are underlying the changes that have been happening and are going to accelerate in the near future. One is trust. We are establishing a mechanism of connection between brand messages, and audience. In that connection, what is the vehicle that we can trust? One. Two is transparency. We are in an era of post-cookie going forward. We are in an era expecting behavior. I think privacy, I think we heard in the previous panel talk about that, what users are willing or not willing to deliver information about. Some are totally okay with because they're ingrained in the behavior, the way we share our data for convenience and for usage to move on. Versus the universe, what's happening on the rest of the open web. So trust becomes very important. The third element is audience. Audience and users. The thing is, today we are multiple audiences at the same time, at any given time of the day and night. You mentioned, and we touched upon the fact that the demographic targeting and demographic approach to, I would like to find that in the next 10 minutes, mom interested in that specific pharmaceutical product that we need to buy right now doesn't really exist, or it's kind of a little bit of like, yes, you can do hyper targeting. The question becomes who we are in that environment of trust at any given time. Because we are reading articles, we are browsing the web, we are on Facebook, we are on other social net, and all of us are different facets of our personality over the course of the day. So we are more or less of a buyer, more or less propensity to learn, more or less propensity to just entertain ourselves, more or less of the time. So when are we? And in that environment, that comes programmatic in other ways, but programmatic being the topic today, where all these elements have to come together. So trust, transparency,
silos. Like the whole idea of having, reaching out to users by, but measuring them holistically. Like if Ranjit or Ritu is that person available across all these channels, am I going to reach? Omni-channel is the way to go, where you will be able to identify how a user is present and tell the story which you mentioned across the day. Follow that user journey as a brand marketer, to follow that user across journey either onto the airport where a DOS ad is shown, in the taxi, on your phone, what listening to a music, or reading a news article and finding something very relevant what you have browsed through contextual and so on and so forth. If there is more specific bottom of the funnel, following that journey to reach to the audience, words conversion, and so on. Which brings me to a set of questions that we have, and a lot of, I think, audiences we have as well. At the time of immense digital transformation that we talk about, where minimizing wastage is imperative, how can you future-proof your omni-channel campaign and make it truly unmissable? If we can.
So the first thing is that omni-channel doesn't necessarily mean I have to do a tick mark on every channel that exists. When we start thinking with channels, we will not go right. When we start thinking with the brand and the consumer is where we will be able to identify the right channel. So what is the brand strategy objective, and hence, and who is my consumer, what are they watching, what are their experiences, and that leading to the identification of which channels are right. What is a part of the consumer journey while experiencing the category and the brand. That should lead to the identification of the channels, and with a lot of clarity on which channels are meant for upper funnel or driving really the reach, awareness, and consideration for the brand, and which channels are playing the role of, say, impact for an early launch of a campaign, which channels are doing the job of a closure and the lower funnel in terms of a sales or a lead generation, depending on what the brand's objectives are. In addition to that, when we look at it from the content side, it becomes very important that the content is designed for the channel versus the approach of, I have this particular visual, let me just copy paste it everywhere and just adapt the size and put it all across. Because when we take that approach, we are not leveraging the channel to its best ability. That put together with the right channel selection will lead to the first set of efficient plan. Then I think as we launch a plan and keep analyzing it, so I may launch say 10 pieces of creative on a particular channel. And then over the next 15 days, identify which pieces are working better, which ones are not, and I can pull out the ones which are ineffective, amplify the ones which are working more effectively. And that can really improve the ROIs further of the campaign. So that then is a journey with the right content. I don't know if it answers the question.
Absolutely. I think very, very, very important point that you mentioned about using how smartly that you identify which channel are used for it. We have seen a lot being practiced in the past, wherein the adoption of the creative to use for one platform, and then either with the time limitations or whatever to be said, if it's properly identified and used, it will lead to better usage of this omni-channel that we talked about. Maybe, Olin, you can add.
Yeah, so more in context to a creativity, like Ritu said, right? Your messaging is important. What I've noticed with clients is they're not scared of adopting new technology or putting into place, any of the technology you talk about, right? It's the fear of getting the creatives. They come like 1 hour before the campaign, or it's mostly, like Ritu said, any banner, just put it out there, right? It doesn't work that way. And, when they say, oh, this doesn't work for me, maybe it's the creative and not so much the platform. So omni-channel is not just your marketing channels, your devices, right? It's beyond that. It's also seamless messaging. It's also how you put that creative on any of the platforms you select. So I would like to request clients and agencies who are here to not fear getting creatives or getting them made as, adapts for that media. And I'm sure if that is done, your omni-channel campaign results will come out in the true sense and not just like a filler of sorts.
So I would say here it is also the landing link that is very important. You've done all the communications right, but at the end of the day, where the consumer is landing and you've used a lot of communications, and if the landing page doesn't talk about it, somewhere you just lose the connect. So that becomes very important. You're doing customization, as I totally agree with Ritu. You're doing a customization at your content level, creating multiple campaigns and trying to understand. I would say just go a step ahead and actually take it to your landing page as well and create multiple of those, so that the journey completes. You were talking about apples in your ad, and suddenly the person lands and sees mangoes. So yeah, somewhere that breakage. So lot of times we've seen clients do this mistake. So they're just optimizing their just the ad copies. And I always go back and tell them that, look, your homepage does not talk what you are talking in your copies, and you are expecting a conversion. You are complaining about the bounce rates. Why will the customer not bounce? You talked to him, you made him so many commitments, but when he landed, those things were just not there. So get him those things. Even if it is that one thing you're talking about, take it on your landing page, create those customization, because that will give you conversion. So we work on last mile conversion, so that is very important. The purchase is very important, and this will get you purchase.
The programmatic and the omnichannel provides the environment where you can do all sorts of optimizations on your cost, on your scale, on your marketing funnel, no question about it. We're talking about creative that are thought through by humans or humans and AI. You put them in video creative, you put them across the OTT and Here, this is a must buy, this is a must buy, and that's a must buy, and this is my environment for test. If I take it backwards in programmatic and omnichannel, I'm actually can think as a brand. I have my brand attributes, I have my objectives, I need to do my sales, I need to work on my consideration, I need to bring a new product in the market, and then I have my assets, creative assets, and my messages. I'll put them out there, and the system with both AI and humans are going to optimize and give me quick learnings, and of course results across the different KPIs.
Just to sum it up, thank you, Daniel. Just to sum it up, you future-proof your omni-channel campaign to make it truly unmissable by identifying the right channel, the creative, and the media through which you want to reach out to your consumers. Which leads me to the second question is, how can programmatic support media communications, because we talk about creative, to engage consumers, accelerate growth, and drive sustainability? Anybody? Yeah, Ritu again.
Yeah, I think I touched upon this a little bit earlier. What I was talking about earlier is about how do you reach out to consumers in a more effective way. I think this question sort of also adds an aspect of sustainability to it. Interestingly, at Bayer, we think of sustainability in two areas, which when I joined was very interesting to me and new to me. So one is sustainability from the aspect of reaching out to consumers who are underserved. So that's one aspect of sustainability. We very often think about sustainability only in the context of environment friendliness. So that's the other aspect of sustainability. But it was very interesting to me when I joined, and I learned that the two aspects of sustainability. One is, yes, how do you be more gentle to Mother Earth? And the other being, how do you reach out as a company which is about health and hunger? So we have a vision of hunger for none and health for all, wherein sustainability has a pillar on also reaching out to underserved consumers. So recently, an example of how on this aspect of sustainability, actually programmatic can work very efficiently. So we recently created a campaign which is being tested only in one city of UP, so in Aligarh in UP. The whole objective here was to reach out to consumers who are really underserved and have very limited information with respect to healthcare. Now, pain or headache is one big category we play in with Saridon. So we started the journey with that, and we created this mobile based sort of interface, which is as simple as giving a missed call and receiving a call back. But it's all based on, it works using the voice-based solutions from Google. And the way we tried to reach out to these consumers was leveraging a lot of data from, the targeting was done using their cost of their smartphones, what sort of apps were they interacting with. So how do you fine-tune and actually reach out to an underserved consumer? How do you identify an underserved consumer, reach out to them? Creating a AI-based solution. So the solution will keep learning. It even assesses, so the interaction is not in, dial 1, dial 2. It takes in the voice input of the person dialing in, and can even assess over a period of time whether the voice is stressed or it's sounding in pain, and start recommending solutions based on that to the person. It even offers solutions with respect to, so we've created certain modules around, so you can hear a joke, you can hear a solution to a financial problem. And what data today helps us do is that on a weekly basis, we are able to see, okay, how many people are calling in, which piece of content are they liking more, what are they picking, and hence going forward you can create more content like that instead of or optimize what you're not. So in the first 1 week we identified that there were a huge number of people who were calling in but dropping out in the first 10 to 15 seconds the moment we told them that if you want to continue further, you have to say a yes because buyer wants to use this information to target you later. And everybody said, okay, Tata, bye-bye. You know, we don't want to go further because we don't want to be bugged. So we identified that and we took a call immediately. We said, okay, what is more important? Is it important for us to collect this data and use it for remarketing to them later? Or is it more important for us to build this platform, if they don't want to say a yes, let us just go forward with this. Let them go further, engage with us, and that's more important for us. So we changed it in the first 1 week and we said, okay, let's just go ahead without asking them to, or forcing them to say yes and then move forward. If they say yes, it's okay. If they say no, that's also okay to engage at this point of time. And the response immediately changed. So, multiple things at play here that in 1 week you were able to get that data, change the content, plug it back in, go back to the consumers again, identify which piece of content is working, which piece is not working, optimize that further. So that's really the power. And another interesting aspect to me here was very often there's a bias that, programmatic, digital, it's all about this premium end of consumer segment. This is a program which reaches out to like a tier 3 town and a much lower socioeconomic strata. So digital today is not limited to that because the moment you think mobile in a market like India where data is almost free today, you can reach out to pretty much everybody using programmatic. And that's the aspect, I think, of sustainability that programmatic can bring in. For a very, very long time, it has been very costly to reach that end of the consumer in India. It's very expensive, both from a media and from a distribution standpoint. I think what programmatic can really open up and enable is reaching out more effectively even to this set of audience and open up the next, probably the next million or the next billion consumers in India.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And thank you for sharing this amazing example, which absolutely makes sense for programmatic as well, because programmatic is all collection of all this data feeds in. Now it's more AI powered, which self-learning itself, and that to usage of this in your omni-channel way. So which channel is providing you the best? So usage of this data, collection of this data centrally across various other platforms. Now, when we talk also about data, there is something that comes to a lot of brand marketers or clients' mind is attribution. Like, how do you then attribute it? If this data, I earlier spoke about and you talked about like users, if they are segregated in different channels and you are unable to unify them, where do they belong, then attribution becomes a big problem. Then you figure out like post-view or post-click data and bottom of the funnel and so on. With omni-channel, you would be able to resolve that problem, where my users are coming from and where do they, which channel brings more efficiency in terms of attribution, either from your awareness campaign, top of the funnel or consideration, and if you want to bring this further down into your conversion matrix as well. Have you, from a channel perspective, Daniel, you can add from a channel native perspective, is there anything that you want to add on in terms of attribution?
There is an operational side and the technological underpinning. You have a pixel that enables to understand the funnel, and you're all familiar with that. I mean, being operating in this environment. Programmatic does it at scale, is enabling you to understand the user journey in a very, I go back to the topic of transparent way and attribute that, and that's an operational component of measuring the effectiveness, the point I was making before, of that specific channel when you decide either an experimentation mode that you put through the programmatic platform and in your omnichannel strategy money into that specific vehicle in the option that you have in programmatic. You measure it and then you have your output in terms of, okay, is it cost effective or not? Good. And I got this type of audiences to engage with my brand. at this level of the KPI, I got them for consideration, I got them for conversion, I got the amount of sales. That's one aspect. The other aspect goes back to the other side, which is what you mentioned, by the way, in a fantastic example where do you want to proceed here? Give me the consent so buyer can access and use your data for remarketing. And you made a decision with the rest of your team to say, you know what, what's more important? It's the engagement of my brand and my message and our attributes with the audiences that I'm actually discovering. And you said, rightly so, that we couldn't do this a couple of years ago. Now we can do it through programmatic because of mobile access and access to people. So that brings the other piece, the attribution and the transparency back to the user. In our environment, we operate on the open web, so we are present into pretty much every website that you can name in India on the premium, across the premium inventory, across news and other typology. We provide back to the user the transparency of being able to decide with which type of brand message in the form of video and other display and motion ads and others to engage with. So you have both hands, right? From an operational perspective, we use the technology, pixel and so forth to be able to understand the attribution model. And connected to programmatic, you can connect that plus with the efficiency of the other channels you are using, OTT and others. But there is this other element which I think is going to, personally think, going to grow a lot more as more and more consumer conscious will make decisions, yes or no, to engage with the brands, and programmatic provides that. The transparency, and I wouldn't call it attribution, we use this word to measure the effectiveness of what we do. But there is a measurement that it's individual in how the users understand and make decision consciously on engaging with that specific brand through the channel. And it's going to be more and more and more valuable.
Absolutely, super important. Ankita or Merlin, do you want to add anything on these points?
So I think with programmatic, the example that I would have is that we created this whole set of new products, D2C brands, and we try to experiment and we try to do it in a tier 4 kind of a market on mobile. And what we found was, so we were also serving them Amazons and Flipkarts and those standard companies, HULs and Bayers and PU, all of them. But surprisingly, the tier 4 market was more receptive to the newer products. You know, products from Arata, products from Mama, products from and we could so our major budget was going into the main lines of Amazons and Flipkarts, but we actually changed it other way around. So instead of promoting a Hindustani Unilever product, we shifted it to these new experimental brands, which we had this bias that, you know, this is not going to work in tier 4. This is only going to work in Mumbai, Delhi, or tier 1 or metros. So this perception, and we made an immediate shift, and so they were open to experimentation, and only because of the power of programmatic, we could understand and break our biases, break the myths that we had, and actually understand that, you know, even a person sitting in Muzaffarnagar or a very small city like Badot is okay to buy a product which is Arata, and which you and me would know that it's organic and it is homemade and things like that. But they were ready to do that. So that was an eye-opening for us, thanks to programmatic.
So I'm going to sort of speak about consumer engagement, which was the previous question, and also about attribution, because they sort of go hand in hand. Because I represent, you know, a device or a medium that's more to do with the masses than to do with a single individual. But when you look at it in the holistic picture, you can reach out to individuals as well, right? So talking from the consumer engagement perspective, you know, not many people see programmatic digital out of home as something that will let us, say how many of us here in this room have actually engaged with a digital billboard. But in today's day and age, there are so many ways to do it, especially the simplest way being including a QR code. We've gone a step further with a brand, an OTT brand, I wouldn't want to name it, but they've gone ahead and they've done social to digital. Sounds crazy, sounds out of the box, but it's been done, wherein a brand, sort of published their tweets in real time on digital billboards and got the traction, the much needed attention, right? So consumer engagement doesn't essentially mean from a single device. It could be cross-device, cross-channels, right? And when it comes to attribution, of course, there are different ways to measure the success of your campaign. When it comes to digital out of home, it could be something in terms of, if there's a sales uplift that has happened, if there's purchase that has happened, right? And we normally track this back. We are heavily relying, of course, on the client data because they do the study, they do the basic research, and it's done in silos at the beginning, like a dipstick. Okay, we did PDOH and this is the uplift we got, but eventually they also measured it against other mediums, and more often than not, when you use programmatic DOH, it serves as a complementary medium to your other channels as well, right? And we've seen uplifts in awareness, we've seen purchase intent uplifts, so we've seen this across various brands. Yes, the attribution is a little rudimentary as compared to other digital channels, but soon we'll also be having a seat on the big, on the dinner table. Right now we're just there watching all other mediums, but we'd like to, of course, I'd like to say that branded studies are real even in programmatic digital out of home, and that's the current attribution model in place. But soon enough, I think we'll be included in all other attribution models that currently exist in the system.
Awesome. Just in the interest of time, just kind of summarize a few pointers that's been mentioned and leave the audiences with this thought. With omni-channel usage of programmatic, with omni-channel way, you're doing storytelling, as Ritu and the rest of the panelists spoke about. Storytelling that you are getting the creative, knowing the channel where they exist, and telling the story that you want to across different channels. There is a huge time saving that's happening, that you are in silos, not jumping between multiple channels, but you have one system to look for multiple channels, and then you utilize and optimize which one where you find your users. And basically everything is in your control, which gives amazing time saving. Then you have your media efficiency, the efficiency that you'll get, okay, channel A works for me, or it has worked in phase 1, probably phase 1, 2 is not for me. So there is a efficiency that you get. The last but not the least is probably data aggregation. Now, clients have spent money, dollars in this paid media. How to get this data back, to build this, understand the user more, either for a future messaging of the campaigns that you want to do, or want to engage even further to enrich the data, the first party data. Earlier sessions I have spoken about, and now the buzzword about deprecation of cookie, or device ID is going to go, IDFA, everything going to deprecate. In that environment, how do you build your first party data to future-proof yourself in this dynamic, ever-changing environment? Any last minute thoughts from the panelists? Would love to hear.
I think the one thing I can say on first party data is that it's a reality which we definitely need to accept, that there is a need to build first party data. However, it is very, very important to not rush into it and actually really think deeply and put together the strategy that you have as a company and as a set of brands or a brand towards collecting first party data before we actually jump into it and start collecting some data. Because that pre-work is going to go a long way in terms of when you actually start using that first party data. Just jumping onto that bandwagon of let me just start collecting some data and put it somewhere and maybe one day I will use it may not in the end turn out to be very effective if where you want to use and what you want to do with that data wasn't thought through before you actually start collecting the data.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, I can leave you with a joke. The data is so massive that nobody can keep up. Not the Unilever of the world, the biggest company of the world. Yes, at the moment, Facebook, Google, and others, us, we don't collect first-party data. The way we are built, private information. We have first-party data, but not private information. It's actually kind of a myth. We passed that stage. A couple of years ago when things started and the big companies, okay, no, we shut down this, close that, close this, or every big company, oh, I need to have my data. And of course, we have loyalty programs, every big company has their own data, but think about the holy grail that I'm going to have a mass of 5 to 6 billion users or 1 billion users in India. It's a myth, so I couldn't subscribe more to that. So in a way, let it go. We are past that stage of the data is so massive and it's growing so fast that it's more important, as we rightly said, the experiment. And programmatic is enabling us to actually do this kind of experimentation and then get the results both in terms of efficiency of KPIs as well as learning of how our brand attributes work in this environment now interacts with all of us.
So, I mean, Daniel said, let go of the data. I mean, what more can I add? Data is overused, data is, always spoken about, and the data that we collect, we sort of bombard our consumers with irrelevant ads, messaging, right? Like Ritu said, if you don't have a plan of action, don't just collect data so you can keep retargeting consumers. I think brands need to be a little more patient and understand how best utilize data, because that's the kind of audience we are now catering to, right? We don't just want retargeting, we want a little more personalized messages, a little more relevant. We need a break from the ads we see. If it is relevant, if we have that kind of data, please go ahead and leverage it. But like I would side Daniel completely, let go of it if it's not relevant, yeah.
Yeah, I think experimentation is the key, and if we, be it the small sets or larger sets, I think if we start with the smaller sets and we try to use that small bits, and as I always say that I want to focus on that one set. One set is one person. So if you speak to that one person, you build a conversation with that one person, and programmatic can help you do that. I think your job is pretty much done.
Awesome. With that, thank you so much for the esteemed panelists, and thank you everyone in the audience to listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, if I could have the country manager India Cybits, Sameer Karpe, to kindly join us with his humble presence and help us to felicitate. Do we have Sameer in the audience? Yes, right there. Apologies, I just didn't see you come in. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big, big round of applause. Thank you so much, Sameer. So on the other side, we've got a great final session for today, and it's only going to gear up and conclude this event on a powerful note. Let me tell you, we're going to be grading it up all high. I'm not going to disclose it any further, but let the applause continue, ladies and gentlemen. They've given us their valuable time. And Sameer has been so kind. Sameer, just one picture with the entire panel. Ladies and gentlemen, come on, everybody. Taking time out from their busy schedules, ensuring that they share such immense knowledge. Thank you so much. Thank you. Cheers. So as the stage is getting set for our final session, could we have the team to manage the stage quickly so that we can have our next session started? Meanwhile, by show of hands, has anyone been proactive with the tweets yet? If not, please do so. It's one of my key roles to ensure that I keep reminding you on the same. By show of hands, have you enjoyed the conference so far? If yes, you could raise it up and high, and they say that blood circulation really helps. So yeah, and how do we get it more? By clapping for one another. Come on, everyone. So I'm going to take the liberty of starting because we're on short of time, and I feel that the next person's every minute is of the biggest value. Well, they say that you save the best for the last, and of course, that's going to be the case for this program. Joining us next is somebody who's focused on scaling upgrad to dominate the higher ed space globally. With his previous stints in brands like being the CBO at Byju's, or as a TAS manager working with brands like Titan, Tata Motors, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited, somebody through my personal observation, with his sheer focus and vision, can spearhead game-changing projects which he has, and for the audience, which is all of you present here, could be some could be the colleagues, some looking up to him, an iconic personality himself. Ladies and gentlemen, he's somebody who's going to bring an immense value to the forum. Not going to hold it any further. Let's get on the CEO of Upgrad, none other than Mr. Arjun Mohan.
Sorry to mind. No worries. Please, yeah. Good evening, everyone. I have a couple of slides. Let's let it come on the screen there. Yeah, so always the post-lunch sessions are hard. So I will try to make it as interesting and interactive as possible. So the first part I can try. The second part is only possible if you contribute to it. So I hope to get some questions and we'll discuss more. So what I'm going to tell you today, of course, the session is about programmatic. So I'll speak about programmatic. This has been new to me also because it's a new technology. But we started using it in our few campaigns. So I'm basically going to tell you about my experience through 2 case studies on how we used it, so that you get some perspective on where you can use and what can be the use cases here. To start with, so we started a rebranding or a repositioning for Upgrad 3 years ago. We repositioned it as a upskilling platform which is cool, so that the new generation working professionals are excited about it. It's no longer a very academic focused organization or brand. It's more about talking to everyone who we feel is a customer who can upskill and get better ROI from their career. So that's what we started with. So when you reposition a brand and you start doing your marketing from zero, first step or first stage of brand building is the awareness. So Upgrad did not have much awareness 3 years ago. So the first thing which we did for the first 1.5 years was building awareness. So the first few campaigns were all about telling everyone that, hey, there's something like Upgrad, and this is the place where you should come if you're thinking about upskilling. Upskilling was always a very small market because we Indians don't believe in investing in ourselves. We believe that, okay, we're out of college, we got a job, okay, that thing is done. Now I'll focus on my job. But a lot of things have changed, especially post Y2K, when with the change in technology, people did realize that even if you want to survive in your job, you need to keep investing and knowing about newer technologies. So that's what we took in awareness, saying that, this is important for every one of you, and Upgrad is the place to do that. When you do awareness, largely it's a carpet bombing game. That is, you need to ensure that you reach as much of audience as possible with the highest frequency. So a lot of campaigns originated with TV as the center, because we were just saying, let everyone see it. And we were trying to build virality in it. So this is where we went on IPL, we went on Shark Tank, things like that. Right? And we always track post and pre and post campaigns. What is the brand strength like? So we saw it steadily go up. By mid of 2022, we saw that the increment in awareness which was getting created with every new campaign was shrinking, which kind of gave us an impression that, okay, now we have started moving into the next phase, where people largely, the TG we are talking about, know about Upgrad the brand, but they are not ready to buy it. So which is where the second stage comes in, which we call as the consideration stage. Now, why is consideration stage important for Upgrad? Because Upgrad, although it's a brand for upskilling, it means different things for different cohorts of audience. For techies, it's about a platform which teaches them about newer technologies. For someone who is not in tech or someone who wants to go into managerial side of things, it's a platform where you can do online MBA. We have courses for HR professionals, we have courses for finance professionals, we have, I mean, you say it, we have a very large catalog of courses. So it was important for us that depending on the cohort we are talking to, they see upgrad as something which is relevant to us. And that's where we move to consideration phase. Because if it's not, they will just say, okay, it's an upskilling platform, it's not for me. Because typically an upskilling platform in India is associated with tech. So that's where the second phase is. Now the problem with second phase or consideration phase is that you're telling different stories to different people. And that's where we consciously decided that TV may not be the right medium because you can't target people there. It's a spray and pray largely. So hence our focus has been in digital. Now the issue with digital is that digital, not now, probably pre-COVID has been a very restricted, inventory when compared to TV. TV can take you through to billions of people, but digital still was restricted. Things have changed. And when COVID happened, what we saw was, yes, the digital inventory exploded, but at the same time, it became more and more complex to control your targeting at every cohort level. And that's where we started thinking about programmatic, and I'll tell you more about that. Of course, I don't think we have reached the phase 3, which is conversion. I believe we will reach there when the value proposition is very clearly established and it's more about just reminding the customer at the right point that upgrade exists. So that, in my view, will take another 2.5 years to get there. Now, what is programmatic? I'm sure after a full day of programmatic conference, you're all aware of what programmatic is. From a brand side or from a buyer side, it's fundamentally about purchasing through bidding and targeted placements on web and app assets in an automated manner. Right? And I would say this is an evolutionary journey. Initially, buying ad spaces, if you have been in digital since the 2000s, you put a bid and the next day is when you will know whether the ad ran or not. A lot of things changed with Google improving its technology. This is more, I see this more as an evolutionary way of doing things, improvements where you can now get access to your inventory and change things very fast. So, I would say that this is also an outcome of very large digital inventory available today. In the US, the digital inventory available is bigger than the TV inventory today. In India also, we are closing that gap. So which means that you have a very complex and large inventory, and the best part about digital is this is indexed inventory. So for a digital marketer, you have a lot of parameters to play with, which humanly, manually is not possible, which is where technology comes in. And that's what your programmatic is. It is great for the publishers because they are able to get better CPM now because it's no longer a homogeneous pricing. It is good for the brands, especially in running experiments. And this is where we felt in consideration phase, this is super important for us because when you target, you really don't know if this target can build consideration or not. And when you're talking about consideration, your frequency has to be high. So it's a lot of money if you're going to put in money and then look at it a week later, seeing whether it's working or not. With programmatic, these experiments, turnaround time becomes really quick. In one day itself, you can make a decision, okay, this is not working, I leave that inventory, I move to the next one. Right, so I felt when we started on this tool or this technology was really useful at the stage we were in, and that's where we have been using it in a big way. We are also seeing that programmatic inventory is getting, the digital inventory in India is getting converted into programmatic inventory really fast. Almost 40% of the digital inventory available in India is now programmatic. Last year, and this I would say was a monument event in the life of programmatic, Truecaller converted their entire inventory into programmatic. And this is very relevant because what Truecaller does is that Truecaller now allows you to target the people who are getting calls from your competitor, and when the competitor calls, they'll put your ad there. Imagine upgrade ad is shown when somebody from Simply Learn is calling a customer. Right? And these things are possible today. So these are just a bit of statistics. We have been seeing big growth in it. And we are expecting that this will only grow. From a 40%, we are expecting by the start of the next year, we will see a 45%. And at a global level also, it's growing at a high 26% CAGR. I'm talking about the conversion into the programmatic way of doing things. Let me come to how we used it and so that I can tell you a bit on our campaigns also. So what we did when we moved into consideration phase is that we stopped promoting in our brand campaigns, upgrade the brand. Instead, we started promoting the sub-brands of upgrade, which is basically upgrade data science, upgrade MBA, upgrade doctorate, so on and so forth. Right? Now, when we are promoting something like this, the problem is that I need to target the right audience which is relevant for it. And that's where these kind of technology really helped us. So the first one which you can see, right, why Kiran is very, very important. This was a tech ad which we did. Now tech is easier said than understood because it's not one program. It's around 5-6 programs. There's full stack development, there's cloud, there's cyber security, there was big data, so on and so forth. And today we can actually cohortize the audience to some extent who are interested in each of these programs. So what we did was we shot this ad in 5 different versions. And we used each of this version to target a particular cohort. And we saw that some of the cases it's working, some of the cases not working. There we realized what is the right place to put it. Right? So this is where your media is moving today. It's been about more and more about granularity, more and more about targeting, and more about the right product shown or right messaging shown to the right cohort of the customer. I'll talk about this campaign, but let me take you through the case study first. So the first thing which we did, or as the consideration way of doing things was, we started doing ads at a business unit level, which is basically, now I am talking about the sub-brands of upgrade. Now, if I am talking about the sub-brand, as I explained, the cohort has to be very, very relevant. And this is one place we started using programmatic. Why? Because you can target a cohort, but you'll never know what is the relevancy of that cohort for a particular ad. The cohort which may work for tech may work for MBA also. So what did we do with the programmatic? We tested out, we experimented, and we saw what is the response coming on that. Once you do that, then you know that this works there. So that's one place we used. The second was a very interesting thing. So I told you about how we created multiple ads for the tech portfolio. When we tried to do the same thing for our AI ML portfolio, we realized that from a consumer perspective, there are multiple types of consumer who comes and takes our product. There are people who are people who have a background in tech. There are people who don't have a background in tech. Multiple different transitions. Someone who is in tech wants to move into tech. Someone who is in non-tech wants to move into tech, so on and so forth. So we said that, okay, if we can do 5 ads and do it successfully, why don't we do 120 ads now? So what we did is, and somebody was talking in the panel on this, we used first party data from certain first party companies to understand the cohorts, understand our audience better. Then we created an ad using, with two data scientists, very famous data scientists in India, leading ones, ranked in the top 10. But that one ad, basically the data scientist is talking about how by taking this course, you can transition into a data scientist role. This is what they're talking about. Now the problem is, the person who is seeing this ad may be a tech person, maybe a non-tech person, maybe a person who has some exposure in coding, maybe a person who have no exposure in coding, so on and so forth. So what we did was...
Are you a working professional?
Sorry. Can I... Yeah. So what we do, I'll come back to that. What we did was, we created 190 unique segments. And we created around 150 versions of the ad. Now, how do you create 150 versions of the ad? That is where certain AI ML tools can help you. Where we got the idea was that Cadbury ad of Shah Rukh Khan. So it's the same agency we use with. We used an agency to use the primary data. We used another agency to create the 150 versions of the ad, and then we use programmatic buying to target those cohorts. So you can see that the reach was around 8 million. The frequency was nearly 2. We saw that when compared to YouTube, which is typically the campaign, the platform you use, we had a 20% improvement in the CPC. The returns were also good. So I'll show you the ad now. Yeah. So now because I've told you it's AI, you will find fault in it, but for a person who sees for the first time, it won't be, it was never a problem. Sorry.
Are you a working professional looking to shift to data science and multiply your annual CTC by 5x over the next 3 years? Upgrad has transitioned over 7,000 professionals like you. Take the example of Kailash Marani. No coding experience, but got a job with a CTC hike of over 100% after doing data science from Upgrad. So, do you want to be the next Kailash Marani or the first you?
So this person he's talking about is our actual alumni. We took the profile of that guy and we created lookalike, around 190 lookalike, clusters of lookalike. And for each of them, we had a separate ad. Now what I'm trying to say is, with so much of data available today, and you have options to really do micro-targeting. You have option to change things after through experimentation. That's where all these technologies will help you. Right, so these are the few things which we did. I'll just add one more, speak a bit about our current campaign, the current campaign we are doing. So you can see the 3 photographs here, right? So this is, we have not started programmatic on this, but what we are doing this time is that, advantage Upgrad has when compared to anyone else in the market is a large number of alumni who have successfully done transition after studying from us. And these are true stories. Right, so we said that if we have 70,000 people who are willing to say that I am successful today because of Upgrad, why don't we start talking about that story? Now the issue is that testimonial is the least believed ad type in this world. Okay, because people have been just using testimonial to lie and lie and lie. So it's a complicated problem. So what we did is we said, we told a few of our alumni that we want to make an ad, but we want you to be natural. So we are not going to give you any script or anything. You come to our studio, let's have a conversation. So 3 or 4 of them agreed. So they came to our studio and then our team started just talking to them. Each of these videos you see are 2 hours long and you can see the full version on YouTube. From that 2 hours, we edited out 30 seconds and 40 seconds out of it. And then we started using this on digital. The response has been quite good because these videos, I am getting almost 75% completion of the video view. Typically people skip after 5 seconds. This I am seeing such great engagement. So this is another one which I am going to do on programmatic because again this is perfect. Because each of these person is a different profile. If I am able to create a micro cohort and start using programmatic to test out which ad works, now I have a solution there also. Right, so yeah, so these are the 2 case studies and third one I just told you, work in progress, where we have used programmatic. Yep, so that's all I have. Any questions? Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Sure. Hi. No, not audible.
Hello.
Yeah, hi, thanks.
Hi.
Very nice session. My name is Raj Sharma. I'm representing VS Consulting, a for-profit consulting arm of the Vivekananda Education Society.
Okay.
I'm with a couple of colleagues of mine. You interestingly mentioned about the journey of Upgrad. Of course, the timing was perfect for Upgrad because of COVID. And so suddenly it was a golden opportunity. Everyone had nothing else to do but upskill. Our first part is, had that not been the situation, do you think it would have been a much difficult journey for upgrade? And two, you mentioned competitors like Simply Learn and others, for whom you have already set the platform. मतलब आपने पूरी खेती बोझ दिया, now everybody will reap the benefits. As a category leader, okay, you're fine with that, it happens. But then if you're also doing programmatic, they're also doing programmatic. My question is, where is the intellect of the human in their marketing skills, their advertising skills in placements? And how far do you think programmatic would need that to distinguish?
Yeah. Okay, great questions. So first of all, you are right. We got a good amount of tailwind from COVID. Not only us, higher ed as such. I mean, before 2020, nobody heard about higher ed, right? The whole idea was it happened. And again, it's also to some extent about being at the right place at the right time, right? When we had started on in 2020 and when COVID happened, the first response of everyone was that, okay, we don't know what will happen now, let's conserve cash. Right? All of our competition stopped advertising. We were the first one to wake up, and we woke up in 1 week. Why? Because we were listening to our customers. Okay, we saw that our customer is confused, don't know what to do, when my job will be coming back, what will I do after that, will the same skill set work, so on and so forth. At the same time, we observed that for the first time, in his career, he's got both time and money. The discretionary spends were totally with them, right? Hence, we took that call. If this has not happened also, the repositioning was something we decided to do because we saw a discernible difference in the way higher education, edtech or a self-investment we look at. I don't think we could have covered this much of a journey in 2 years. It would have probably taken 5 years. But at the same time, because the first year journey was so impressive, every one of our competitors were able to raise money. And by the second year, it became a very complicated space. That would have not happened, right? So I would say that it was a dynamic decision we took and worked. And what you said about developing a market is always a question, right? In the sense, as a market leader, somebody will have to do it. And that's where, progressively this year is obviously, with all the things which people going back to office and other things, obviously it is not an year like last year or the year before. And it is not very easy to make conversion. The sales cycle has gone up, we are seeing all those things. And that is also one reason. And again, competition is very, very hard. So one reason why we went with this testimonial campaign is also because we felt that from a USP perspective, a unique perspective of, unique selling proposition of Upgrad also, we saw that nobody has this kind of alumni who got transition like we did, right? This number is not comparable. So I would say that is where the creativity of the marketing team comes in. It is more about the creative and the messaging than about than about media buying, if you ask me. And as a person who have been around even in the TV days, I would feel that a media buying marketer today does a much high quality work than it used to happen earlier. It was always about an Excel sheet, standard numbers put here and there, and you had a formula to it, right? Today, there is a lot of analysis which goes into it. Is this working? Am I seeing the output? What is the frequency? Should I change the frequency? Is this asset available? What is this asset about? What does this app do? So a lot of work happens before you get into this itself. So I would say that this is in the right direction. And I think the importance of the creativity and the competitiveness of a marketer are only gone up with this. I prefer marketers who have a good tech background because they need to be very, very comfortable with tech tools these days.
So you would say content and then analytics?
Yes.
Would be the differentiator between just programmatic?
Absolutely.
Okay, just one thing more.
Yeah, maybe we can take it offline. Thank you so much. Thanks. Hopefully it was a good session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, Mr. Mohan, we request you to please stand in the center. Apologies, I had to cut in because we have to have the spotlight on everyone. Yeah. All right. On that note, we need to have Nazia Alvi Rahman, editor Exchange for Media to kindly help us in felicitating Mr. Mohan. Ladies and gentlemen, let the applause continue. What a fantastic session with such great examples from Upgrad coming with all his plethora of examples and knowledge which he shed at the finale session. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that deserves a bigger round of applause. And this being our final session means that Mr. Mohan hopefully can give us a few minutes to network with everyone. Thank you so much. So on that note, feel free to network. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude with the second edition of the E4M Programmatic Summit 2023. We hope you all had a great time. It is 2023. I didn't say it wrong. It is 2023. If anyone's thinking, oh my God, it's 2022. Okay. Also, if you want to reshare the link, the live event link, we went live on all our social media channels of Exchange for Media. So feel free to recap the sessions if you feel like, and we'll see you back at the next edition. Thank you for being such a great audience. Goodbye. Thank you.